I want to apologize. It's 10:02. I try to be on the mark as best I can, and I'm sure I'll be ridiculed by Chairman Albers for failing. But I want to welcome everybody. This is going to be our last meeting for the study committee. We will be discussing some recommendations today, and we will be voting on these recommendations as a committee. We do have a quorum, and so I would like to open the meeting by asking Chairman Albers if he'd be so kind to open us up with a prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please bow your heads. Lord, we come today asking forgiveness for the chairman after starting this meeting a little behind today. We ask you give him his grace and discernment that he will need to guide us through this important topic of legislation. And Lord, with your humility always foremost and present, we just ask that you humbly give us the guidance that we need to do the will for the people and ultimately give the grace of our state and our service up to you. At your most holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. We have a lot of people here today. I hope everybody's comfortable. Everybody knows where the restrooms are and the water. As we move through this, due to the number that we have signed up, and I know that Will Spencer has already pulled the sign-up list off and he's getting all that loaded in. We're going to give everybody an opportunity to say something, but probably what we're going to do based on what your issue is, we're going to try to block individuals into like-minded individuals, whether it's inmate welfare, whether it's medical, whether it's housing, something like that. So, and if you're with a group and y'all can consolidate your message and determine who could be a spokesperson, that will expedite things and will give everybody a little bit longer to get their message out, because as the day goes on, the time for everybody to speak is going to be limited, but understand, as an extemporaneous speaker, I do understand that 3 minutes is a long time, especially if you have your facts and figures together when we call you up. I want to welcome back the commissioner with the Georgia Department of Corrections. Commissioner Oliver, you missed the last meeting, but your staff that were here did a good job for you discussing contracts and the RFP system and how things are purchased through corrections. Brought some concern up from several committee members about things that we could do to maybe make it more efficient, more transparent, and to make sure that private vendors are not trying to take advantage of the state on contract rollovers and renewals and things like that. And those will be in our recommendations. And we hope that they will help provide the people held in our prisons and the individuals working there with the opportunity to have the resources that they need, that the taxpayers pay for. But that being said, there were a few things that came up at this last meeting from some public comment that I went back and looked at our first meeting, and I think some of the first or second meeting, and I think some of those things were covered. But if you could, you or any member of your staff, there was a request by a couple of citizens who came up in a particular group that came forth last time, complaining about lack of programs or programming in the Department of Corrections. Now, your initial testimony is counter to what they said. So could you help clear up my thought on this?
Yes, sir.
Do we offer programming at every institution in Georgia? And if so, how do y'all benchmark it? And do we have evidence that this programming has been successful?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And good morning. And thank you again for having us, members of the committee. It's always good to be here. And just want to thank you all for putting this together. But I'll have Assistant Commissioner Jay Sanders also come up and talk about, who runs our inmate services program, to talk about it, the programs that we offer, and also remind you all and the public that our impact report that we publish each and every year is available online to show exactly what programs we offer, how many people, how many individuals have enrolled in those programs, and the completion rates of those programs.
If somebody in this group wants to go online and find that impact program, where would they go, or report, where would they go?
They'll go to our website.
Okay, and what's that address?
It's GDC .ga.gov. Sorry about
No,
the
it's
other one.
my, I can barely remember my own email with all the .govs and .gas in it. But
GDC.ga.gov.
could you, what is it?
GDC.ga.gov.
gdc.ga.gov. And that it'll be easy for them to find this
It's
impact
under the
report.
reports. It's under reports menu.
Okay.
And it's under the annual reports. We have a annual report we do every year, and then we have an impact report, so that they should be able to locate it there.
Okay.
And we'd be glad to get them a hard copy and or a digital copy.
Okay. And is it in PDF format so
It
they
is.
can download it or print it off if they need to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we do understand, and again, I know this is very rhetorical, but we do understand that the citizens of Georgia own the Georgia Department of Corrections, as they do the government. They pay for it. They pay for everything. So these reports are free, and they're able to download them and use them for what they will, right?
If you
Yes,
go on
sir.
that website, not only is that report on there, but it said annual reports, any data that's available that we make public will be on that website as well.
Very good. Thank you. If we could speak to the programming briefly, on what I mean, I know y'all spoke about it at the second meeting, I believe it was, but if you would, I'd appreciate it.
So we do offer programming at all our facilities. Now, I will say it is limited. And if you've got 1,200 people in a facility, we can't get to everybody at the same time. So we try to prioritize based on release dates, and their needs based on our assessment process. We do offer academic programming, and that being a GED program, so individuals can work on their GED while they're with us. We have 3 charter schools that individuals can work on.
Hey, let's maintain order. Let me be really clear here. This is a very crowded room. The sound carries in this room. If everyone can't pay attention, if you get tired, or if you feel the need to talk, then go in the hallway and do it. And I want to be clear, go in the hallway and do it. Because what you have to say is as important to us as what the commissioner and his team have to say. If you're here to make yourself the important part of the conversation today, then you're here for the wrong reason. This is a very important subject to everybody on this committee and to the people that pay the taxes to maintain our prisons. Thank you for your cooperation. Go ahead, sir.
So like I said, we do have GED programming. We have some charter school programming. That's typically for your younger individuals, 18 to 21. We also have our vocational programs, which all of that is run through our tech school partners. We contract with them to provide those. A lot of those are soft skills and on-the-job training. And then there's also true technical certificates that are offered, such as welding, HVAC, carpentry, plumbing, those types of things. So those are offered.
And point of full disclosure, my HVAC guy has actually got his certification in prison
Okay.
and does my stuff. And he said on his last day as he was leaving, they asked him if he could look at an HVAC issue they were having. And he said, no, I'm going home. And so I'm glad he did that. But you said something early on based on release date. So if I come in and I'm doing, let's say I got 10 with 5 to do, and I come in and there's somebody that's been in there the same day they walk in and they've got 30. Am I prioritized over that individual?
Many times we will try to prioritize those who are getting out sooner so that we can prepare them for release.
So what happens to the guy that doesn't get prioritized? Does he kind of just hang out?
We have some programming that we try to get folks involved in, especially some of our cognitive programming, try to change the way they think with some of the behavioral programs.
Now, how do the cognitive program, is this based on an assessment that's done when they come in?
It is, yes, sir. It's through our next generation assessment. That's an assessment that was built for us by Applied Research Services.
Is it safe to assume, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that if someone is 50 years old and they've got 50 years to serve, that we're not going to teach them how to be an HVAC tech because that person's never going to do it? We have to prioritize someone who's actually going to be able to take those on the release date. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, sir. We do try to, here again, prioritize because those are expensive training slots, as it were, as we partner with our tech schools.
And one other clarification, I think I know the answer to this, obviously, but all the programs are voluntary, not mandatory. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
I can, let me rephrase this. Occasionally, there will be some things that are mandated potentially by a judge or through the parole board as a condition of release, and we will work with them. Example could be like sex offender programming. The judge may, or the parole board may ask that somebody complete those types of programming prior to release.
we had a lady testify last week. She said that her son went to a program, and part of it was that he was supposed to help maintain the property, mow the grass and this kind of stuff. And he told his mother, I'm not going to mow their grass for them. Okay, so he can opt out of doing things, correct?
He can, yes, sir.
Okay. Is he penalized for opting out?
No.
And listen, I see the head nodding. You'll be able to tell me when you get up here. Thank you. And when I say penalized, is anything added on to his sentence or?
No,
is
sir.
anything?
No, sir.
So and I saw the nod and I do appreciate that. The passion. But could sometimes the punishment be interpreted as he doesn't get a particular benefit that comes with participating?
Well, there are benefits such as our performance incentive credits. This is a program that's run with
The
in
PIC
conjunction.
program.
PIC program that can allow you to earn as much as 12 months early release off of your sentence
Is
by
the PIC
participating.
program voluntary?
Yes, sir.
So if I choose not to do any of the PIC activities, then I'm not getting any of the PIC credits, correct?
That is correct. Now, there are certain categories of offenses that are not eligible for PIC.
Right. But if I'm eligible for PIC and I go out there and I help mow the grass and I keep my cell maintained or cell block or do whatever, I'm the day room man, whatever, then I can get PIC credits that go toward making my life inside the institution better and hopefully giving me an opportunity of getting out sooner. Is that correct?
Those are considered by parole when they're looking at someone for release.
But those are tied to the programs?
Yes, sir.
Is it tied to HVAC?
Yes, sir. You
Okay.
can either get them from going through academic programs and or vocational OJT work-based programming. There are two different routes you can go to earn PIC.
Okay. So what's been the success rate of these programs?
So we've got an impact report. Like I said, we'd be glad to get you a copy or pull it online. We always put right in the front our recidivism rates. These are for releases for FY21, so people that were released 3 years ago. And we calculate recidivism based on return to or new conviction, return to prison.
Who does that report?
The recidivism report?
Yeah, and I don't mean, who does it for the Department of Corrections? Who comes in and crunches the data and does the numbers?
Our data unit does it.
Okay, so you have a data unit?
Yes,
and-
sir.
And
Data
Commissioner,
research.
could you tell us what this data unit, what it's made of and what their role is?
Yeah, I have director of our data unit actually here, Cliff Hogan. If you want to come and tell about your unit, I think he spoke. I have several other committees to kind of show what
Yeah.
their role is, but the data research unit is comprised of just that. It completes not only the impact report, but any other annual reports, statistical reports that the department will generate. And you want to expand upon.
Cliff,
that.
could you step up and sit in between these two gentlemen, please? Cliff, tell me about the data unit briefly, if you would.
Sure
and-
thing.
And identify yourself, and if you don't mind, give me a brief synopsis of your qualifications.
Sure. Cliff Hogan. I started with corrections in 2008, straight out of UGA.
Go Dogs.
Absolutely. Started in human resources, working on the data side of human resources. So a lot of the rates that you've seen lately, vacancy rates, turnover rates, things like that, that's what I started doing in 2008. Around 2013 was given the opportunity by prior Commissioner Brian Owens to move to the actual data unit on the other side, which looks at our offender population. And I've been in that unit back and forth with HR pretty much my entire career, always focusing on data.
What's your degree in?
Psychology.
Okay, well, you'll have fun today. This report here, is this data-based, data-driven scientifically?
Yeah, so when when Jay is talking to you about the recidivism numbers that are in that report, he was telling you that they are a 3-year felony reconviction rate. So the way that works is we have information on every offender that has ever been in GDC custody. If they are ever convicted of another felony, if they're ever convicted of a technical violation, any kind of parole violation, probation violation, or if it's a new felony, which is, again, that's what we're focusing on. we get that information sent to us. And when they return to prison, we can go in and see, when did they release? When did they come back? And again, Jay was telling you, we do a 3-year felony reconviction rate for recidivism. That's pretty much the standard across the nation. Some states use return to prison rates. We like to use felony reconviction rate because you can return to prison for a violation, for a technical violation, probation violation, parole violation. Felony reconviction is for a new offense.
Do you track return to prison rates?
We do.
Okay. In your recidivism numbers, do you have a higher number of violations of probation and parole than you do of new felony convictions?
Well, so it could be both, because sometimes,
Well, I understand it can be a vote because the felony could be the violation.
yes, absolutely. If
Right,
you
but
commit-
let's put the felony at the top.
Okay.
And let's just say violations of failure to report, testing hot for narcotics, things of that nature.
Sure,
Which do you think, and I'm putting you on the spot.
it's okay.
Yeah. Where do you think the majority of your return to prison folks come from? Is this new convictions or?
New conviction.
Okay. And I want to point out, if I get out and well, if I go out and commit a misdemeanor, there's an opportunity that becomes a technical violation, but not necessarily.
No.
Just because we're saying that we have to understand that it doesn't mean that they're not out there doing things they shouldn't do. It just means they're not out there committing, being arrested for and convicted of a new felony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and what I'm trying to get to is you have a scientific proven method that you come up with these numbers with, correct?
Yes, and again, the reconviction rate is solely, think of it as just a tracking mechanism. It is simply just you release during a certain time frame, then we follow you for the duration after that.
Right.
And if you have a new felony reconviction, you are obviously included in that recidivism rate. If you return to prison, you would be included in the RTP rate, which would be the return to prison reconviction rate.
Has anybody ever asked you to publish a report and crunch numbers to make the Department of Corrections look good?
No,
Would you do that?
no.
Okay. So your numbers here, I can back them up with science and with math.
Absolutely. And I actually, and again, we don't just provide numbers internally, we provide them to external sources. So when I say that I've never been asked to provide anything to make the department look good, a lot of times I don't know the motivation of the person who's asking for information. A lot of times when we get an open records request, we just get asked for a specific set of information, and according to open records request law, that's what we have to provide if we can provide it.
The
So,
hard copy of the report does not necessarily require an open records request though, does it?
no,
Any citizen or from anywhere can call and say, hey, I'd like a copy of that report, and y'all tell them where it's available at, correct?
yes.
Okay.
And again, I'm speaking to it from a
One
statistical
second,
point of
real
view.
quick. Chairman Allen.
What is our current recidivism rate as of 2021?
So for those releases, the general population was 26.06%.
And I say that because I'm looking online to others, and that actually puts Georgia in a fairly good place. It'd put us probably at 36th or 37th. Just to give you an idea, number one's Delaware at 64.5%, Alaska's 63.2, Arkansas is 57, Rhode Island's 50. So that's actually a fairly good mark. So thank you.
And
26.06.
So what we're saying is 26.06 of the individuals, of the 100 individuals that get out, end up getting back inside either by committing a new felony or with a technical violation. Okay. And the majority of that 26.06 are new convictions.
And well, that's why we focus on new felony
Mhm.
conviction. Again, return to prison, you can return to prison for
Right.
violations and things like that. Some states do track. Some states use that as their official recidivism rate. Some states we've seen before actually use arrest rates. So if you were rearrested after release,
So you get a DUI,
it
we
anything.
count that as recidivism.
Doesn't
Some states.
matter what happens after that arrest. If it was just an arrest and then you were cleared of everything.
Oh, wow.
Some states will still use a rearrest rate.
Okay.
Is how they do track that. Again, we feel in Georgia that felony reconviction is the clearest way to show once someone releases from prison, what's going on with them after they release.
I do appreciate that. Thank you.
And the 3-year that's standard across the nation.
Okay. Now, back to the programming side, and you talked about, how do you measure that success?
So Cliff also in his group crunches the data on those who have been through programming while incarcerated and then were released. So the felony reconviction rate for those who go through educational program is 20.98%. So it's a few percentage points less than the general population. For those who go through vocational, it's 13.64. So they've learned a trade while with us and are much less likely to return. And those who go through cognitive program is 22.93%. So all of these show that if you go through programming while incarcerated, you are less likely to come back to the prison system.
Where's the first place that these individuals coming in are exposed or made aware of programs?
They'll find out about it, some of it at diagnostics, and then when they get to their first facility, counselors will meet with them, see what the needs assessment says, and then start plugging them into programming.
Do you have some that refuse programming?
Yes, sir. I mean, it happens. Some folks aren't ready to change when they come to prison. It takes a while. And so we're there when they get ready.
I'm curious, do you have a percentage of that?
No, sir, I don't know that I do right offhand. Might be something we can calculate. But we could probably be calculating program refusals.
I mean, because everyone is exposed to a counselor, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so if somebody tells the counselor, I'm not interested, the counselor has to make a note of that, correct? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then also, Jay, if you want to talk about, like you talk about the number of programming, the career technical and higher education certificates that we've actually given out over the last year in that impact report, and then also innovative ways that we've able to deliver those services to the population with our mobile units that we have going around the state, so we can meet the need around the state based off of what we're seeing on the ground in real time.
So last year we had over 45,000 CTHE completions, and CTHE being career technical and higher education. Some 19,000 of those were on the job trainings. And basically that's housekeeping, shorekeeping, people that cut the grass, kitchen aides, dorm orderlies, those types of things. Everybody that does a job in the facility gets credit for on the job training. And that's a program through the tech schools where they establish checklist to be certified or, to complete this program as let's just say a dorm orderly. You have to do so many hours. You have to demonstrate the skill set of, being able to clean, chemicals, know what chemicals to use, those types of things.
Technical schools offer badges, which is like I think you may know where I'm going, where it's if you get a sub skill within a bigger skill, like you're talking about the chemicals related to custodial services and things of that nature, are they awarded the same types of opportunities through the tech school system to earn those soft skills and sometimes hard skill capabilities? Because I want to be clear, what tech school coordinates training?
We partner many times with a local tech school, whatever tech school catchment area our facilities are in. And then we do have some statewide contracts through the larger technical.
And this is all done through Commissioner Dozier's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But example of skills training, things you're talking about, soft skills, OSHA, serve safe, those types of things. We had some 19,000 completions. Those are the shorter type programs that can be run sometimes a week or two. And then true technical certificates, things like a welding program that may take several months to get through. We had almost 4,400 of those types. And that's your true traditional tech school certificate that you're thinking of. And then on top of that, we had almost 3,000 post-secondary completions. That's individuals that completed some type of post-secondary class through our various partners, our college level partners.
And they earn degrees while they're in there from 4-year and 2-year schools?
Yes, sir. Last year we had, and it's in the report, we had 80 associate's degrees and 60 bachelor degrees conferred last year through our partnerships with various post-secondary schools.
All right. Anything else from dealing with the programming? Commissioner, anything you want to put a bow on anything on this? It was an issue that came up at the last meeting and I wanted to
And I did-
ask you
I
about
didn't
it.
mean to mention the mobile
Yeah, go ahead.
programs.
And then we'll,
So a lot of our facilities were never built to do some of the programming that we're trying to do. They just weren't. That's just a fact of when the facilities were built and the infrastructure. So we have partnered with the tech schools and continue to expand these options where they bring mobile 53-foot trailers that are outfitted as classrooms. And many of those are, like I said, your hands-on welding, carpentry, those types of things. They can pull those inside the wire at a facility and sit there for several months and offer multiple groups, as it were. And then if for some reason we need to, we can move it to another facility. So right now we've got about a half a dozen options with those types of trailers, and we're working with the tech schools to increase those options because they're very well received and they've got a lot of flexibility with us as far as moving them from facility to facility.
And I know the tech school in mine in Senator Harbison's district, uses the mobile welding trailer at the prisons there. And when it's not being operational there, they use it within one of the local high school systems even to give the
There's
students.
a waiting list to use them because they're extremely popular.
Yeah.
and just to kind of wrap up on that, I think if you remember in the first hearing that we had, a gentleman came up and spoke about the programming that we offer. But then also, I would also encourage anyone that said that to encourage their loved ones to engage in the programming that we have to offer. We have a lot to offer there, and you can see the success rate if you engage in that. I say constantly, you got to get them involved in all the activities that we have to get involved in. Not only will it be good for the individual that's incarcerated, but also helps them when they get out and helps them keep them out of trouble while they're inside our system as well. So
Very good.
and it's
All right.
kudos to the team, Assistant Commissioner Sanders for his leadership and his entire team on inmate service. They do a phenomenal job again, working inside the prisons, ensuring that these individuals get everything that they need to be successful when they get out. So if they so choose to do so.
Well, it sounds like a school district of 50,000 potential students. And so I think to manage that does take a lot of organizational skills and a lot of resources. But I think the thing that makes me feel the most comfortable is we have scientific data oversight.
Absolutely.
Because many things that come out from government, we scratch our heads and try to figure out how did they come up with this number? Because sometimes the numbers don't quite jive to what we believe they would be. And so I think it's important that we maintain the integrity of our measurements. And I think you're doing that and I appreciate that. But Commissioner, you and your team, if possible, love for y'all to hang around as much as you can.
Yes.
Got some other individuals that want to come and speak today. And if there needs to be any clarification,
Yes, sir.
I'd love to have a resource where we could get an explanation if we have a concerned family member or citizen or spokesperson for a group that we need something clarified on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. And if I just may again, thank you all again for allowing us to have this platform, not only to just to really just highlight and show and educate not only this committee, but the public on exactly what it is that we do. I think a lot of times there's a lot of information that's out there, but for us to have this opportunity to improve our system is greatly appreciated. I know we're not a perfect organization. I don't think one exists in the world, but we're always looking for ways to improve and ways to make things better. And I appreciate again this body for allowing us to give us a platform to do so, and look forward to your recommendations. And also just want to publicly thank my team, not just my team here, but the entire GDC team that's out there working each and every day to ensure that we fulfill the mission and continue to keep Georgia safe. Again, I often say it's a tough mission. They have the toughest job by far. And not only talking about the COs, you're talking about your teachers, your counselors, everybody that we spoke about that works inside the walls to help these individuals, and they do it with passion. I encourage you all to just come inside one day and just look, and you can see the passion that they do and the professionalism that they and how they serve and do their job. But again, I won't sit on there and talk about that too much, but I just wanted to thank them and then thank you all as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, sir. What number are you on? 3? Yes, sir.
I don't know how long they'll be.
Oh, and then also, I'm sorry.
Hang on just a second. Go ahead, Senator Beard.
No, let them go ahead and finish your question.
All right, go ahead.
The questions that you all had asked some questions earlier on, we did provide that in your packet there of some of the outstanding questions. That's what I meant to mention too. Some of the answers to the questions from the last or previous meetings to answer some of your questions you can have. Sorry, Senator.
You're fine. Number one, apologize for missing last meeting. I was out of state. So this question, I don't know if it's been answered or not, but I'm a firm believer in technology, and technology and security going hand in hand. I believe from the supplemental budget and the big budget, there's approximately around $29 million for security and technology. Over that time, how much has that money been spent on technology and security?
I can get Chief of Staff Alan Watson to come help get the exact number, but we are making a lot of headway on security and technology. That's a big focus of ours. And I know Senator Albers have been on some standing phone calls that we have once a month, keeping a good oversight on that, along with some other members of the House and the Senate. But security technology is very much high priority, and we appreciate that support and continue supporting that. But if Alan, if you have those numbers roughly on top of your head, you can answer.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, Alan, before you talk, this is something that we've worked on for the last several years, specifically contraband that is coming in and out of the prison system. And with the use of new technology, that's presented even more challenges from communication as well as currying things back and forth. So we spend a lot of time and effort on it. Again, we meet every month and go through the status of it. In fact, many of them are ahead of schedule right now, which I'm very proud of the team for doing. But it is something that as technology continues to evolve, we have to as well. So, but I'll let Alan chime in specifics.
Yeah, so the funding that was appropriated, we already had quotes for that equipment. And so every dollar that was appropriated was issued on a purchase order, whether it be in the amended budget or the full budget, big budget. So every dollar's been issued.
So that 29 million has already been
Yep.
Yes.
appropriated and allocated.
Every dollar was allocated.
Okay.
Because y'all came in and had specific projects lined up that needed to be funded, correct?
That's correct.
Not here, but I'd like to talk to you offline on some of that because we don't want to bring what we're doing to the prison. So.
Okay, no problem.
Thank y'all.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank y'all. Okay, we'll start out with, Will has put together the first group is the formal group, so I would ask when I call you up if you'll come up to the podium. We'll have the mic on. Angela Adgers and Antoinette Geralds. And you are with the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network. Okay. Okay. If you'll introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Angela Adgers. I'm a person in long-term recovery. What that means for me is for the last 20 years, I haven't found it necessary to self-harm by doing things that result in negative consequences, such as jail, prisons, or institutions. In 1988, I was diagnosed with severe anxiety and major depressive disorder. And because mental health carries such a big stigma in the Black community, it was difficult for me to get the help I needed. I went on with life suffering in silence and eventually turned to alcohol and substance to cope, and my life began to spiral out of control. It was not long before I found myself in jail, facing 30-year sentence. I pled guilty. I received a sentence of 10 years to serve 4. I was sent to Pulaski State Prison. In 2000, I went to the Metro Transitional Center. And after 30 days, I got a job, but finding a place to live was difficult, extremely difficult with the charges I had on my record. So I went to live at a Welcome House Transitional Center. Because of its location, I had easy access to substances once again. I became so tired of my life that I began to reach out for help. I ended up at the Task Force for the Homeless on January 15, 2004, and I was placed in a treatment center where I received help for my mental health and substance use disorder. I have not looked back since. I found out about the Certified Peer Specialist Mental Health Training offered by Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network. I applied and was accepted into the training. While in the training, I learned about the Forensic Peer Mentor Project, or FPM project. And that FPMs must have lived experience with the criminal justice system to qualify. I knew I would pursue a position offered by Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network as an FPM. 1 month after my certified peer specialist mental health training, I was hired to work as an FPM in Gainesville Day Reporting Center. I had finally found my calling. 7 months into my position, I was offered a position as the Forensic Peer Mentor Project Director. I accepted. When I began my position at Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network as the director, we had 7 day reporting centers with FPMs, and we had 4 state prisons. We now have another 8 state prisons with FPMs in it. One of the things I do as a director is site visits. My first time at Metro Reentry, I noticed the environment was more uplifting. There were flowers and murals done by the returning citizens, and even the staff interacted differently, displaying more empathy. There are more opportunities for rehabilitation offered, especially with peer-led groups the FPMs and other volunteers facilitate. Although there are some challenges that the DOC is faced with, if there is one change that I would like to see, it would be to add trauma-informed care training for staff and returning citizens.
Thank you. Real quick, the trauma-informed care that you're talking about, what do you think the costs would be associated with that?
I don't think it would be a high cost. We could, forensic peer mentors could be trained, and we could go in and do the training.
And where's that type of training for you? Where do you obtain that type of training?
We go to California and get the training, but we also have a person that's already trained to be an advanced facilitator, and so she would lead that project.
What certification comes with that, or where does the certification come from?
It's training that you receive about trauma-informed care.
Right. I'm saying, who developed the curriculum? Because I think what you're talking about, I think is a very positive thing.
Yeah,
I'm
I
just-
don't have that information on me, but I can certainly make sure you get that
If
information.
you would get that and get it to Will. and-
Okay.
And again, we're on a tight schedule to give
Okay.
everybody the opportunity to speak, but it's extremely encouraging.
Okay.
You telling us your history leading up to this. God bless you. I mean, sounds like you took control of your life and are moving in the right direction, and then paying it forward to those
Yes.
that are in the same circumstances you found yourself in. And we greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add.
Hey, just a second, sir. Are you on the list to speak?
Yes, sir.
I'll get you up. I understand. I gotta keep a tight rein or we get sideways, but thank you. Jeremy Tripp with One Voice. Mr. Tripp, if you'll come over to the podium, and we've got you set for 3 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Robertson and members of the study committee. My name is Jeremy Tripp, and I am the policy director of One Voice United, a national organization dedicated to advocating for the welfare of correctional officers and other frontline staff, and ensuring their expertise, voices, and perspectives are included on conversations around corrections and criminal justice reform. Before I begin, I want to commend this committee and the state of Georgia for taking a proactive approach to address the challenges in your corrections system. By creating spaces like this for open dialogue, you're shining a light on pressing issues and paving the way for meaningful, long-term solutions. As you're aware, Georgia, like many other states, is grappling with a severe staffing crisis that impacts the safety, rehabilitative efforts, and well-being of everyone in the system, both staff and those incarcerated, along with the communities in which they reside. With employee numbers in decline and an inability to retain and recruit an adequate number of new hires, we've seen the consequences. Increased workloads and overtime costs, multiple mandated shifts per week, officer burnout, and an inability to perform everyday safety and security functions as inmate-to-officer ratios soar. In fact, multiple studies indicate that correctional officers suffer from PTSD, depression, suicide, heart disease, and a shortened lifespan at a rate well above the general public. For those in their care, staffing shortages means programs are slashed, visits are reduced, time on lockdown is increased, and the patience of everyone behind the walls wears thin. These are issues we've encountered nationwide, and they demand thoughtful, comprehensive, and collaborative responses. Exploring targeted initiatives such as modernized training, better pay and benefits, and support for staff wellness, we can foster a safer, more effective environment for everyone. Moreover, without including the voices and lived experiences of those closest to the system, true rehabilitation is unrealistic, and prison systems will continue to fail. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. I submitted my full comments in more depth to the committee clerk, and I look forward to continuing the conversation as you work toward the shared goal of creating a better corrections system.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. Any questions from committee members? Yes, sir.
Would you, once again, what percentage of the officers suffer, you feel the PTSD? And is that a result of trauma and incident within the walls or just being in the walls?
So it's absolutely is a direct result of working in the correction system. The number that I gave obviously would be different. You'd have to take an analysis of Georgia, but we have found overall nationwide that correctional officers in general suffer well above the general population when it comes to these particular things.
Mr. Tripp, what type of organization is One Voice? Are y'all 501c8, C3, or
Yeah, it is a national nonprofit. I'd have to check with our folks, but I think it's a C3.
C3? Okay. And so is it a membership organization?
It is not. So we do not have membership dues. We are not a union or an organization. We work with administrators. We work with unions. We work with associations. We work with basically anybody who wants to have a conversation around improving the correction system. And what we do is we talk to those frontline staff. So our background is we believe that if we truly want to change the system, we need to talk to those who are closest to it. So that is both those who are incarcerated and those who are working there. If we're going to create systems or departments are going to create policies, well, we need to engage the folks that are going to be asked to implement those policies and put those things in place.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Tiffany Johnson, Dawn Arthun with Georgia Prison Exposed. Just come to the podium and please introduce yourself, ma'am.
I'm Tiffany Johnson, and my group is called Georgia Prisons Exposed. I have a few things I want to speak on, so I'm going to try to do it quick. Good morning to everyone, first of all. I'm speaking up for those men and women that are incarcerated. I'm an advocate. I want to call attention to those whose voices are often silenced and to shine a light on the systematic injustices in our prison system and to call for immediate, meaningful reforms. Let us begin with the diagnostics at Georgia Diagnostics Classification Prison, aka Jackson. This phase intended to assess inmates and determine appropriate placements is failing to serve its purpose. Many individuals are misclassified and sent to prisons where they are ill-suited to the environment. Low-level and nonviolent offenders are often placed in maximum security facilities where they face heightened risk of violence, extortion, and abuse. Once inside the prison, conditions deteriorate further. The U.S. DOJ recently released their report highlighting the inhumane conditions within Georgia's prisons. The report detailed issues including inadequate medical care, rampant violence, and frequent sexual activity of inmates. Prisons are being filled at every level. Basic human needs are unmet, safety is non-existent, and access to care is severely lacking. The DOJ report also emphasized the lack of oversight, access to care, and accountability within the system, which perpetuates these abuse. I apologize. For many incarcerated individuals, life behind bars is not just about serving their sentence. It becomes a daily fight for survival. Those who are unaffiliated with gangs are often extorted for money, clothing, or food, and those who cannot comply are punished with violence. Many are forced to sleep on cold concrete floors without adequate bedding or clothing, leading to preventable illnesses and injuries. This year alone, more than 300 men and women have died behind the walls. This is an accumulation of homicide, suicide, health concerns, murders, all of those included. Including one man just recently at Valdosta State Prison who succumbed to death from hypothermia. That is a horrifying and preventable tragedy that underscores the urgent need for systematic change. These immediate issues are compounded by the ongoing injustice faced by those serving life sentence under the 7 to 14-year sentence laws. Many of these individuals have served 30, 40, or more years, far beyond the intent of the original sentence. They have participated in rehabilitation programs, mentored others, and proven their readiness to re-enter society. Yet they remain incarcerated, not because they are a threat, because our system has failed to acknowledge their progress. This raises critical questions. How can we continue to claim faith in our rehabilitation program when we refuse to recognize and reward the rehabilitation of these individuals? How can we
Ms. Johnson, I'm gonna need you to wrap it up real
Okay.
quick. Okay.
How can we justify low-level offenders and nonviolent offenders? The overcrowding and the violence within our prisoners harms everyone. We are asking, please allow those that were sentenced under the 14 to 7-year law term to get their parole. Some of them have, they work in the prison. They help with labor. They save you guys so much money. Allow them to be released. We hope that you guys will change the system. And when Mr. Oliver was here talking, the system needs to be changed from the top all the way down, starting with Oliver. And also,
Okay, what we'll do there, and we'll close it out. How long has Commissioner Oliver been the commissioner? Ma'am, if you could keep the light out of my eyes, sir, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. How long has Mr. Oliver been the Commissioner of Corrections?
2020 well, not the actual commissioner. I'm not exactly sure about that. I mean, I do have that wrote down though.
Yeah,
But
I don't.
as long I have that wrote down along with every
Yeah.
death that has been happening behind
Right.
the walls.
Well, Ms.
But
Johnson, I
you
want
said-
to tell you to maintain, and I'll be happy to talk to you afterwards, and we have time at the end.
Okay.
Be happy to. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
But let's move on to the next person so
Sir.
that everybody gets a chance. Hey, and never apologize. You did a good job. Okay, that's your one bite at the apple. Okay? Any further disruption, everybody will be asked to stand in the hallway and we'll call you in as you want to speak, and everybody else can watch on the monitors outside. I said this at the beginning, that we're going to maintain decorum and professionalism. The only person in this room that I'm comfortable with anybody attacking is me. You're more than welcome to say whatever you want to about me. We're not going to attack each other. I'm not going to attack you. I'll not tolerate anybody on this committee being attacked, and I'll not tolerate any of the people working in here as witnesses to what we're trying to solve being attacked. If you have a problem with a state employee, we'll be more than happy to explain the system of filing a complaint against that state employee. Because we pay their salaries, you pay their salaries, you have a right to complain about that if you so choose. But this is the opportunity for you to show how you and your organization can tackle tough problems in a professional, compassionate way. And I hope by not hearing anybody yell at me that we all understand that. Thank you. And listen, I'm gonna go ahead and apologize if I mispronounce anybody's name. Melody Jones, Robin Hanson, and Dominique Grant with Women on the Rise, Georgia. If y'all would come up to the podium, please. Yeah. Next up on deck, when this group is through, is Tiffany Kirk with Common Good Atlanta.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Melody Jones, and I am here today to share my story as a formerly incarcerated woman and to shed light on the critical issues within Georgia's prison systems and parole process. 15 years into my 20-year sentence, after earning 5 trades and maintaining exemplary behavior, I was assigned to long-term maintenance as a cosmetologist. One second.
If I can interrupt you real quick, one
Go
second. You
ahead.
said you earned 5.
5 trades, and I
Tell me, explain to us what exactly that means.
Okay, so the trades are the cosmetology programs, your vocational schools that you have inside of GDC. You're not supposed to take those trades until you're 24 months out of your sentence. In my 20-year sentence, because I was an institutional need, I could do hair, I can do the best high and tight, I can do perming, relaxing, color. They put me in the trades early.
Great. And you learned these skills inside the prison?
No, they just licensed me. I've been doing hair since I was 9 years old.
Okay, thank you.
After maintaining exemplary behavior, I was assigned to long-term maintenance as a cosmetologist. Second. After 2 years of continued good behavior, I was rewarded with early placement into work release. It's the work release program at Metro Transitional Center. I excelled there, working hard and maintaining strong family support. But after 6 months of what was called model work release behavior, I was abruptly taken from my job at Tip Top Poultry in Marietta and sent back to prison. The reason the parole board decided that my early placement was a mistake. Back in prison, I received no therapy or counseling to address the trauma that caused, yet despite it all, I continued to demonstrate exemplary behavior. A year later, I was approved for work release again. I packed my belongings and said my goodbyes and waited in intake for 2 hours for transport. 2 hours later, the deputy warden informed me that someone at the parole board had halted my transfer, and I wasn't told why. 3 years later, 3 years without an explanation and no mental health support, I was sent back to work release again, this time as a MIG welder. Again, with strong family support and a solid work ethic, I was finally released after 6 months. To this day, the parole board has not yet provided an explanation for these decisions. Even my victim approached me and shared that they never opposed my release. I carry the scars of this journey, both physical and emotional, and I am not alone. There are currently 381 women serving life sentences in Georgia. Many are under the outdated laws such as the 7-year, 14, and the 7-year and 14 life sentences laws. I know women who are 62 years old and have served more than 30 years and remain incarcerated despite meeting every requirement the parole board life sentences have. And so now the new 30-year law has been retroactive to those who are under the 7 and 14-year law. And in 30 years, they're only considered parole, looked at for parole, not given parole. When parole is denied, the reasons given are always vague and unchanging, such as due to the nature of your crime, which will never change, or saying that they are not, or claim that someone is not compatible with society without offering them the opportunity to prove themselves. I'm here today because I was given a second chance, but the reality is that many women in Georgia are not. This is why I urge you to take action. 1, bring back in-person parole hearings to ensure humanity and fairness in this process. 2, demand transparency from the parole board. People deserve to know why their futures are being decided in the dark. 3, establish checks and balances, ensure decisions are just and consistent. Our prisons are filled with women who have proven their readiness to reenter society instead of holding them back. Let's give them the same chance I was finally given. Thank you for your time and commitment to justice. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, this is the last time. If you clap, you're going to be asked to go outside. Okay? Everybody in here is in here for the same reason. I understand everybody appreciates everybody for what they have to say, as do I and every committee member, that y'all are taking time out of your day to come in here and do this as we are. Please, no applause, no cheering, just listen. Digest what's being said, please. I apologize, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
For the previous speaker.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. You're on mic 4.
Four, yes,
Ms. Johnson.
yes, Ms. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
You stated that there were 3 things you wanted: in-person parole hearings, transparency with the parole board, and what was the third thing you said?
1 second.
She said in-person parole hearings, transparency with the board, and the third thing was something
Yeah.
about.
You see it? Yes.
More explanation as to why they're receiving or they're being put off or why their date is being set.
The third one was establish checks and balances to ensure decisions are just and concise. and
Okay, I wrote
consistent.
just, but okay,
Mhm.
all right.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Johnson. Oh,
Thank you.
Mr. Harps, the chair.
Just very briefly, on 2 different occasions or 3, perhaps you said you were queued up to be in a program, but
Yes,
you are suddenly, and you were not told why, pulled back.
definitely. So I was in Metro Transitional Center.
What year was that?
2015.
Okay.
2015.
Thank you.
I went as long-term maintenance because I was institutional need. I did hair and they needed someone there that was licensed cosmetologist to run their cosmetology. I stayed there for 3 years in all. I went from the long-term maintenance program is where you're still incarcerated. You don't go off the compound, but you work within the facility. With good behavior, they will allow you to go out and work in society. While I was at work, they sent me back after 6 months of
Yeah,
working.
and I don't want to belabor this, but just what you were not told
No,
why you were pulled back, punctuation period.
that's correct. They said, Melody, don't run.
You just
We have all
queued
your
up
stuff
and
packed
then
up.
snatched back, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And now, was that from the poultry
Yeah.
place?
Yes.
Well, you said in your statement that they brought you back because you were inadvertently placed into that work placement
That's
job,
what the
correct?
counselor told me. We don't know. They said that you were sent too early. You're only supposed to go to long-term maintenance 4 years before your sentence. I went 5 years. My sentence, my TPM, which is your tentative parole month, is 2020. And so I went in 2015,
What was the number of your original sentence?
20 years.
20?
I had 2 aggravated assaults. They were ran consecutive. I went to trial, so I got the max,
Right.
which
Well-
means,
Well, they were so they were ran concurrent,
yes,
right?
ran concurrent.
Right. So you got the max 20,
Mhm.
which is on
It'll-
single charge could be 20, but they ran them concurrent. So you just got 20 on both.
Correct.
And when they made that sentence, was it a solid 20 or was it a certain amount and then so much on paper, or you had to do
No.
the 20?
When you go to trial, you have to
Right.
get the max.
Right. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Robin Hassan Simpson, and I'm the Executive Director with Women on the Rise, Georgia. I served 10 years in Georgia State prisons, and I came home in March of 2020. While incarcerated, I observed the unresolved issues within our state prisons, which have contributed to their current conditions. There exists a significant amount of misinformation regarding parole and the reintegration process into society. Having experienced incarceration myself, we believe that individuals who are most affected by the issues are often best positioned to provide solutions. Our efforts in assisting women within the local jail here in Fulton County has proven to be effective, as we have successfully supported 93 women this year, achieving a remarkable 98% rate of no rearrest. This success has reinforced our commitment in giving back to the very institutions for which we were originated. Since assuming the role of Executive Director of Women on the Rise, we have gained access back inside some of the prisons to deliver essential information that is often lacking for returning citizens as they reintegrate into society. Additionally, we have established a quarterly newsletter that offers valuable resources and insights aimed at facilitating successful reintegration, ultimately contributing to a decrease in recidivism rates. Through our decade of experience within the institution, I observed numerous SOPs that evolved to further restrict communications with loved ones inside. Additionally, there is a system in place that allows individuals to send emails via JPay to those who have registered to communicate with them. However, this system has since been changed. If one is not included on one person's financial list, they can no longer be permitted to send emails. Just to inform you, a person can only have one friend on their financial list, and the rest have to be relatives. This serves as ties with supportive individuals who can provide motivation to focusing on returning home. That has significantly contributed to the current conditions which is within the facility. We request that during your investigation, you prioritize solutions that are centered on humanity. We live by and we tell currently incarcerated women that your worst mistake shouldn't define the rest of your life or diminish your inherent value. We encourage you to believe the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominique Grant, and I'm the Campaign and Operations Manager with Women on the Rise, Georgia. I've dedicated the past 2 years to this work, inspired by generational incarceration within my own family. My grandmother's incarceration set off a ripple effect of trauma impacting my father and his siblings, contributing to his own struggles with incarceration, mental health, and unaddressed trauma. Today, I want to focus on two critical issues: the conditions faced by individuals serving life sentences and the alarming rise in women's incarceration rates in Georgia. These issues have profound implications on not only for those behind bars, but for the families and the communities that are left behind. First, let's discuss those serving life sentences. In many cases, we fail to provide any clear path or incentive for parole, even when individuals have demonstrated remarkable growth and rehabilitation. These are men and women who are learning, growing, and utilizing every possible resource inside, but they have no opportunity to apply those skills on the outside. This lack of hope doesn't just affect them. It deprives families, caregivers, role models, and breadwinners who could contribute positively to their communities. Nowhere is this impact more pronounced than among incarcerated women. Georgia has seen a significant increase in women's incarceration rates, leaving countless families without mothers and primary caregivers. Research tells us that the consequences for children with incarcerated parents are devastating. These children are facing higher risk of psychological issues, behavioral challenges, poor nutrition, and even entry into the criminal justice system themselves. This is not just a moral failure. It's a policy failure that perpetuates cycles of poverty, instability, and incarceration. For those who believe in accountability and strong values, I urge you to consider this. Accountability is not just about punishment. It's about the opportunity. It's about giving people the chance to demonstrate they can change and contribute. The same conservative principles of family values, personal responsibility, and community strength should apply here. As you investigate the conditions in our prisons, I ask you to look beyond the walls and see the families fractured, the children left vulnerable, and the wasted potential of those who could be reintegrated into our society. Georgia deserves better, and so do our people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. As Ms. Kirk's getting ready to come up, I want to remind everybody that in this committee, we're looking at the Department of Corrections. We're not looking at parole or probation. And as far as the incarceration rates, that's within the court system and the criminal justice system, not within the Department of Corrections. So please understand, as we come up with our recommendations are targeted to the Georgia Department of Corrections. I certainly hope Commissioner Oliver, to the best of my knowledge, does not sit on the parole board, and nor has he been going out and arresting anybody as of late, as he did in his earlier years. But so let's just try to maintain our focus. And I apologize for speaking before you did, Ms. Kirk, but your time is on the clock. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'm Tiffany Kirk, the Executive Director of Common Good Atlanta. And for those of you that are not familiar, we are a nonprofit comprised of a small staff and about 60 college professors coming from Spelman, Morehouse College, Kennesaw State, Georgia State University, and University of West Georgia, and others. We are in 5 facilities across Georgia, as well as 3 transitional centers. The courses we offer are largely humanities courses, literature, art history, language arts. We've got 2 new courses, which are art, and I'll be able to see a live performance at the Burris facility for acting, which is huge. This is an outlet for the men and women to be able to feel empowered, to feel connected to others in the group, as well as community members who are coming in to impart education, which is one of the leading tools to reduce recidivism. I know that the recidivism rate was mentioned earlier and hovers somewhere between, depending on who is releasing that information, 26 to maybe even 50%. And when you look at the people who are coming through Common Good Atlanta, that number is 0.5% through the power of education. It's not just education, but it's also reentry supportive services. Some people are born into poverty, so we know that moving them from a poverty level into a higher income bracket can also be a huge deterrent for returning to incarceration. And so we just ask that today you know, continue to support higher education in prison, because it is definitely powerful. The men and women who support loved ones and other family members who support loved ones can really appreciate higher education, because they rely on those who are coming home to support them and to take the burden off of their shoulders, and for them to be productive citizens, tax-paying citizens, people who are able to build generational wealth. I also want to close before I turn it over to one of our alum, Mr. Kevon Hickman, by saying I'm a former elementary school teacher as well, and I know that the power of education is very evident in moving the needle and breaking that pipeline from school to prison. I've been in banking. I was in banking for 10 years prior to taking this role, and worked in community development, making sure that low-income communities receive the support that they needed. And I'm also the founder of Project Restart, which is a 12-week reentry program for men and women. So I have a broad scope. But I just want to say again, education is key. And with that, I want to turn it over to Mr. Kevon Hickman, who was at our Phillips.
Kevon has about 20 seconds left because he's using your time.
Okay.
Okay.
I apologize. Kevon.
Good morning, everybody. Kevon Hickman. So at 16, I was locked up, and you know, I went through a lot of phases during that time. I heard somebody say something about, like, you know, people who aren't, you know, dealing with gangs, and you know, that was something very big when I was a juvenile. But education was something that was able to get me away from that. I was able to stay out of the dorms where all of the trouble was going, because I didn't gangbang. So that was something that was really, really pressed on me. But when I had time to be able to go to education, and you know, this is before Common Good, but once I was able to get my GED, I was able to get my high school diploma. Being that I already had my GED, I was able to get into Common Good, begin to start taking college courses. So being able to be a part of Common Good was something so special. And you know, one thing that I really noticed was the first day I met Sarah, I had got a big hug from her, and I hadn't felt that type of love other than when my mother or my father, my brother, and my sister would come and visit me. I hadn't felt that type of love in so long, genuine, true love. It gave me a new meaning to what I want to do. It changed the trajectory of my life. I'm now on campus at Georgia State, studying film. I started out doing computer science, but I ended up switching my major to film once I picked up the camera. I am super in love with photography and videography. Pretty good at what I do.
Mr. Hickman, I'm sorry, we've got to
All right,
stay on
and
schedule.
just the last.
But I do want to say, ma'am, I really appreciate what you're doing. I'm impressed with it. More so, and I'll say it because I'm an old guy, young man, I am extremely impressed with
Thank
you and your ability to stand your ground against the peer pressure.
Yes, sir.
When it comes to gangs. I grew up in a disadvantaged community myself, and I've seen a lot of my friends not be able to push back against that, and I'm very impressed.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
y'all very much.
Well, I appreciate you guys
Yeah.
for hearing me out. And just one last thing, I would want everybody, if you can, just to take an extra look and really look at the details of what Common Good does for not just the one person, but for an entire community, and the type of examples that it would set for people who see what they're doing. People saw me get into the class, and I set standards for so many people. My apologies. My apologies.
No, you're good.
I thank you guys for having me today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wade Askew, Georgia Justice Project.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much for giving us the time. My name is Wade Askew. I'm the policy director at Georgia Justice Project. Many of y'all know us. We represent low-income Georgians who are accused of crimes through a holistic support model. That means we also have social workers on staff in addition to defense attorneys. We stay engaged with our clients, even if they are sentenced to prison, with both defense attorneys and those social workers. And we also work extensively at the Metro Reentry Facility specifically to facilitate the successful reentry of everyone who's incarcerated there. We really enjoy that partnership and appreciate the close relationship that we have. Many people know us for our criminal record work, where we counsel thousands of people looking to move past the stigma of an old record as they're trying to meet their goals. So we come with this at kind of that full perspective from the front part of the system to the end. And with that, we see the ways that trauma impacts our clients before, during, and after incarceration. We have found, especially with kind of that reentry practice, meeting lots of individuals who are years past an old offense, some patterns in what is necessary during incarceration for a person to have a more successful reentry. So 4 of those things are: 1, providing access to counseling and other treatments to address trauma. 2 is a lot of what we've heard about, offering opportunities for self-improvement, such as education, faith formation, training. 3 would be facilitating family and social support. And 4th would be helping individuals when they come home have steady employment and housing upon release. With those supports, we've seen great success, regardless of what offense someone may have committed years before. Meanwhile, if individuals in custody do not receive those supports, or even worse, if their challenges are exacerbated by their environment and they experience new traumas, then they're less likely to succeed, more likely to recidivate, and that affects public safety for all of us. So to that end, to be specific, we support 4 things. First would be effective oversight that leads to better prison conditions that would reduce the infliction of new traumas while making a space for all these positive interventions that we have heard about and that have been invested in to be able to work and be accessible to all. We looked at things like the ombudsman program in Indiana. There's also the example of the very bipartisan, supported by the full Georgia delegation, Federal Prison Oversight Act. Second would be adding non-security staff, continuing to invest in these programs and services that promote healing, personal development, and a successful reentry. Third would be to ensure the ability to maintain positive relationships while incarcerated. That has been shown to promote successful reentry. So that would include reducing the cost of phone calls, making family contact more accessible. And then 4th and finally would be to continue to prioritize the perspectives of the people and families who are impacted by prison conditions. That can include very tangible steps that would better enable both incarcerated people and their families to report issues. We know some of those mechanisms exist. We've also heard of challenges sometimes in being able to take advantage of those mechanisms.
Thank you, Mr. Askew. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
And now we'll move on to the financial area with Ms. Della Newsom.
Good morning. My name is Della Newsom, and I'm here to speak today on the death of my fiance. He passed away October the 21st of this year at GDCP Jackson. He got transferred the 17th of October. He was there for total of 4 days. The day before he passed away, he called his father and said that, they were trying to extort him for money, said $1,000 for his life. He'd been fighting all weekend. He called his dad from an administrative number. His dad then called back, spoke to an officer. They said they was going to check on it. And a little over 24 hours later, the warden called me, telling me that he had passed away and it was suicide. In my heart, I don't believe it was suicide. Since he's passed away, we have not been able to get in touch with an investigator that is investigating his case. They are holding on to his belongings, of course, because of the investigation. But there's no transparency between the GDC and the family members out here. Honestly, if he was out here on the streets, the same thing would have happened. An investigator would have already been on the phone with us. An investigator would have been trying to find out, what happened, any kind of details, anything. We have yet to hear from one. In my opinion, they really need a direct number, because us family members, we're out here, we're playing guessing games. When Joshua went into GDCP, he was not depressed. He was not sad. He had a 3-year sentence and he was already eligible for parole. He was going to be what they consider a turnaround. The letter I got the day that he passed away, he was telling us that he was building our house. He was drawing out the plans for our house. This isn't someone that's going to commit suicide. So I wanted to speak with y'all today to just bring awareness to it and just bring awareness to we're families and we're hurting. We don't know the answers. We don't have anybody that has reached out to us saying, hey, Ms. Newsom, I'm such and such. I'm going to take over this case. If there's anything that you need to know, anything that we need to know, please let us know. That's really pretty much it. We just need a lot more transparency, because I spend my days now wondering what his last 4 days of his life were like. The only thing I know is that he was fighting that weekend. What he told his dad. That's the only thing that we know. He has left kids, grandchildren, his parents. He had a whole future ahead of him that is not here anymore. And what I really would love to see come out of this is more awareness. Bring it. Come let us know. We need to know what happened, no matter how bad it hurts. I mean, if it's a suicide, then it's a suicide. But if it's not a suicide, then we don't cover it up as a suicide.
Ms. Newsom, where was he transferred in from?
Columbia County Detention Center
Okay,
in Columbia County, Georgia.
Okay, so that's the jail he was
Yes,
at?
sir.
Columbia County?
Yes, sir.
And had so he'd already been adjudicated and sentenced?
Yes, sir.
How long had he been sentenced to?
He got 3 years in, and then he got 13 years probation. And part of his probation, he would have been going to Sonoya, Georgia.
So he received a 16-year sentence in Columbia?
Yes.
Okay.
With 3 in and 13
3 to
out.
do
Yes,
with
sir.
13 on paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Me saying I'm sorry for your loss is not enough.
I mean, it's okay.
But I appreciate you coming in and speaking to us and making us aware of this situation. And I promise you, we will ask those questions. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Sure. Yes, sir. Is it to her? Or? Yeah.
No, I was going to do a follow-up question with the commissioner since
Yeah.
he's here real quick.
Commissioner Oliver,
Clarification.
could you come up to the mic, please?
I know you answered this in an earlier meeting that we had. Violent crime at the prison, let's say murder. Who
Yes.
investigates that crime?
Our Office of Professional Standards.
Okay, so it's internal.
Correct. It's internal. Internal investigation starts with them, institutional investigator, then our OPS agents, which are trained GBI agents, so to speak. They go to the same training. Then the body, if it's a death, the investigation is done by the GBI for the autopsy to determine the manner and cause of death.
Okay.
So you say a death is done by the GBI?
Correct.
Now,
They do the official.
Your
autopsy.
Office of Professional Standards, are they trained to the same standards as the GBI?
Yes, they go to the same academy.
Quick follow-up.
Senator Baird.
Yes.
The autopsy is done by the GBI. The investigation is done internally by.
Correct. Unless it's a officer involved situation, and then we will come. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's clear. So only the autopsy is done by the GBI. The actual death investigation is not done by the GBI.
Correct.
Unless it's an officer involved
Correct.
situation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just
Chairman
also
Robertson.
for my clarification, what about the information, the results of that investigation? I know that's not, you said GBI, but do the parents, a relative, do they get that information? Because I got the impression She said she didn't know.
Yeah, and that's why I was talking to before we came back up to the mic. You know, all of my special agents have been encouraged to contact the next of kin. Now we can only go by the next of kin that's listed by the inmate that we can release information to. I have no problem, and we've done it on numerous times where if it's not the next of kin, I'm going to get with them right after I get done with the microphone and get in touch with my director of investigations to lay out the investigation. Whatever that might be. Again, in the past, we've brought families in and actually shown videos, letters, whatever they wanted to see. We've shown them. If I know about it, I have to know about it, or send me an email or whatever to make sure we get in contact with. I'm more than happy to open up the entire investigation if it's not pending to the family, so they can have some type of closure.
And I can understand that even though they gave them something, they didn't.
And maybe
feel
not. I'm
it
not
was
saying
not fully explained to their
And it sounds like
satisfaction.
it probably didn't happen in this case, which I do apologize if it didn't happen, if they weren't notified of that. But now if I know about it, we're going to take care of, make sure they have all the answers, and that's for anybody.
Commissioner, is this in your policy and procedure? That,
Yes.
and I want to be clear, if it's an ongoing investigation,
I get
then you
that.
release very little information other than the fact you notify family next to
Correct.
kin.
Even if it's an ongoing investigation, I think you got to use, and my investigators and my director of OPS, they use good judgment. Again, yes, they're incarcerated people. They also loved ones too. So we provide that information to that next of kin, and they usually, if they ask questions that they're listed on there, we provide a lot of times the discrepancies that come to me that I get, that come to my level. Usually, we're providing, let's say you, Mr. Chairman, you're the next of kin. I can only speak to you, but then another immediate family member wants that information and we can't provide that. But
in vast majority of the time, the next of kin is a blood family member. Correct?
Sometimes it's all
mother, father, sister, brother.
it depends on
uncle,
who the
Right.
inmate designates as that next of kin, that point of contact.
So
they
it
can
could
only
be
have one.
so it could be a fiance.
It could be a fiance, it could be a friend.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Don Driver. Okay. Don Driver.
Ron Driver.
Oh, Ron Driver. I'm sorry, Ron. Mr. Driver.
Chairperson Committee, thank you for having me. My name is Ron Driver. I'm from Henry County, Georgia. I'm a lay pastor, which does activist work as well as lobbying work. I'm involved with this Clean Slate Committee on a federal level. It is only seen and heard in 14 states, and Georgia is not one of them at this time, but we are working on that, and that's going to clear records, not just expunge them, it's going to be delete the records once a person has served their sentence and their probation. But with all that being said, I do celebrate recovery. I'm a founder of 501c3 Know My Heart Ministries, where I work with the homeless in Henry County, as well as inmates in the Henry County Jail. Been doing it for, this is going on the 15th year. I see guys come in getting ready to go down the road, and Ms. Hunt's son was one of them. I had several few points I wanted to make, but I'm going to surrender my time to her because she can tell the story of her son. He came through my program at the Henry County Jail, went to prison, and was murdered in Rogers State Prison, and it was covered up and convinced to be a suicide. And in my closing on what the people had to say about the programs inside the jail, even though I'm certified in Henry County.
Let's be clear. The program's inside the prison.
Inside the prison, yes. Even though I am certified in Henry County, during COVID, I let my federal certification to go inside of Jackson State Prison expire. I had a friend of mine in Celebrate Recovery, which is a faith-based 12-step program, if you're not familiar with it, was in a motorcycle accident. So I was going to step in and take his place while he was recovering. And even though I've been doing the ministry work inside the Henry County Jail for the 15 years and had previously been certified on a federal level, I was denied to take Celebrate Recovery inside Metro Transitional Facility in Atlanta. was given no excuse. But I would like to surrender the what little bit of time I have, please, to Heather Hunt. Her son was murdered just this past
You're
September.
using up Ms. Hunt's time as you're talking.
Go right ahead.
On September the 27th, my son died inside Rogers State Prison. We were called and told that he was found unresponsive and could not be resuscitated. Then his body went missing for 5 days. I don't know where it was. It didn't make it to the GBI for 5 days. Of course, it was during the hurricane. So, but I couldn't get in contact with anyone. Finally, they told me that he had made it to the GBI, but I didn't know how he had died. They didn't tell us. So 5 days after his death, we were headed to Rogers, and I finally got Tattnall County coroner on the phone, and he told me that it was a hanging. Well, it didn't make sense because he died on my dad's birthday, who raised him, and he wouldn't have done that to make him remember his birthday that way. And he had a scheduled a call with his 3 children for the next day. So we wanted to find out if he had left a letter. So I kept calling, trying to get his property. I couldn't get anybody on the phone. We drove down to Rogers, and they were very rude. Asked me what kind of property I was planning to get there. And then they told me that he had given it all away, or no, they said disposed of it prior to him killing himself, is what they said. They want to know what we wanted. And my mom just felt like if he would have left a letter if he was going to do something like that. I eventually scheduled a second autopsy, and immediately, as soon as I hung up with Tattnall County, I contacted someone and scheduled that. I did not see his body for 16 days. I made a Facebook post on October the 9th that went viral about the lack of communication with the GDOC and my son's death. And suddenly they came up with 5 suicide notes that they scanned to me that were not my son's handwriting. Clearly, a kindergartner could tell you that. They only addressed people that I mentioned in my post, and I did not mention people in my post for certain reasons that, like my dad, he would have never not said anything. I don't like his wife, so I didn't mention her, but she was the love of his life, and he didn't even mention her in the letters, and he spelled his daughter's name wrong in her letter. Then they told me that suddenly they found some of his property that's safely tucked away in the deputy warden's office. They told me he had only kept his shoes. Guess what I have not seen yet? His shoes. When I got his property sheet from the GBI at the funeral home, it was from the GBI before he went to the second autopsy. He was in flex cuffs when he got to the GBI. And from the abrasions on the photos I have, he was alive when those were on him. When I finally saw his body, which was after the notes and all of that, they tried to not let me see him at all, but we bullied our way in there. And
Who tried not to let you see him?
the funeral
Oh,
director.
the funeral home, okay.
My son appeared to have a broken nose, 2 black eyes, a dent in the side of his head. He had been cut on the front and the back, which they don't cut you from shoulder to shoulder, down your spine and from hip to hip, unless you have a spinal injury or a neurological disorder. When I finally received the pictures from the second autopsy, he has stab wounds in his back, in the musculature. They cut him to cover up those wounds, but you can see them in his muscles. And I have those photos if you'd like to see them. They also cut up every single organ in his body, diced them like tomatoes.
And you're saying this was done during the initial autopsy?
Yes, because
Okay.
I have
At the
his thyroid bone at the GBI.
at the crime lab is when you're
Yes,
saying,
I
yes, ma'am.
without a piece of his body. And they sent him to his second autopsy without a piece of the body that tells you if they were strangled, if it was murder or suicide. I'm just saying, if it's broken one way, it's murder. If it's broken the other way, it's suicide. And so I called the GBI when I got the report and I asked them, why was there a body part missing? Are you in the habit of keeping body parts for people? And they said, ma'am, we don't do that. I said, okay. He said, I'm going to talk to my supervisor. I'm going to get her to call you, but we don't do that. I promise you. She did not call me back. She made him call me back to tell me they did keep that body part.
Okay, did they tell you why?
They did not.
Okay.
And they still have it. I buried him without that piece of his body.
Well, I'm sure somebody on this committee will reach out to the GBI and ask for an answer
Well,
on
my-
that, but
My,
yes, ma'am.
the DOJ, I can't tell him that right now.
Let's,
I have been
I tell you what,
contacted.
I tell you what, we'll get together afterwards. Thank you for your time and thank you, Pastor, for bringing her up. What year was this? Of this year? Okay, thank you. Alan Wigginton. And on deck is Giovanna Irving. After her is Tamika Nichols. And after Miss Nichols is Eric Payne. So if y'all could be ready to go, line up, and y'all can stand on this wall right here and we'll start running through. A few people have gone long. So Mr. Wigginton.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, or Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Alan Wigginton, and I've stood in this room and rooms like it in this Capitol, both as an elected official and law enforcement officer previously. Most of you have probably gotten letters from me during my recent incarceration, and I take full responsibility for all the actions that landed me in the Georgia Department of Corrections on a sentence. While there, I have had a stark revelation about what is going on with Georgia's prisons that I did not have before. I'd like to share just a couple of points of interest to you. First of all, if you want to know what's going wrong in Georgia's prisons, stop asking the people who are running them. I wrote that in every one of the letters that I wrote to you. And I will point to a specific incident or a couple of specific incidents really quickly. First of all, we could always tell when we were going to be inspected or have visitors from the Justice Department or the governor's office or some other group, because at that point in time, the prison was cleaned. Apparently, the efficiency of a warden and the effectiveness of a warden is based solely on the shininess of the floors when inspectors come in, because they spend a tremendous amount of time making it look pretty for you. During one incident, I was walking through, I was in an protective custody unit, and we were escorted through the prisons. And during those prison escorts, I walked through a house which had showers on both sides of the walkway. And on one side there were showers, and on the other side there were probably 10 to 12 inmates asleep on blankets in the floor of that shower. And I turned to a man who was a unit manager and I said, "Can you tell me why? Are we that overcrowded? Do we have people sleeping in the open shower areas?" And he looked at me and said, "Prison politics, baby. If you can't afford the room, you don't get one." The duty of the department is to stop things like that, not to encourage them and allow them and explain them to the other inmates. Second thing is that prisons are a place for people whom society is afraid of, not who we are mad at. One of the key elements, in my opinion, of this committee is, while you are looking at the Department of Corrections, and Mr. Chairman, as you said, you are not in the business of sentence reform right now. That has got to be accomplished. Georgia's handing out life sentences like they're Tic Tacs to people with bad breath.
Real quick, who came up with the saying that prisons are for people you're afraid of?
That's me. I say prisons are a place for people whom we are afraid of, not whom we are mad at.
Okay, thanks.
When you are sentencing nonviolent people who are first offenders, sentenced as first offenders, to even semi-lengthy prison sentences, if not prison sentences at all, it is a disservice to society. You are creating a stronger inmate, not or a better inmate, not a rehabilitated one, because of the trauma that they go through. Again, we're giving out life sentences ridiculously in high numbers. The third thing, and kind of my final thing, is that we have to stop throwing money at our prison system. We have to start throwing ideas at our prison system. I go back to the first thing I said, in that if you want to know what's wrong, stop asking the people who are running them, ask the people who are in them. We have zero input as inmates. I stand here before you today as somebody who just got out a month ago. And I come to you with the concern of at least the 300 to 500 people that I interacted with on a very regular basis while I was in that prison. And that includes the staff.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Ms. Irving?
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Jovanda Irving. I'm going to take the opportunity to address the urgent issue of the dehumanizing conditions faced by women in correctional facilities. One major concern is the severe lack of basic hygiene products. In women's facilities, per 100 women, may often share a limited supply of essential items like soap, tampons, and pads, leaving many without adequate access to these products for months, impacting not only their health but their dignity. A 2022 report from the Hygiene Bank found that about 61% of people experiencing hygiene poverty report negative mental health, including anxiety, depression, and embarrassment. No one should have to endure this. Facilities are in poor condition with mold in showers and common areas and water that's unsafe to drink or even bathe in. These problems cause serious health issues like respiratory problems and weakened immune systems, which I've seen lead to death. Concerns about water safety, similar to conditions in undeveloped countries, add to the stress and physical toll on incarcerated women. The kitchen conditions are equally disturbing. Women are made to work in filthy, understaffed kitchens where basic food safety and standards are ignored. There are often moldy surfaces, broken dishwashing equipment in freezers, as well as improperly stored food, all of which heighten the risk of foodborne illnesses, creating risk of serious health issues. Another critical issue is vitamin D deficiency caused by lack of sunlight and outdoor time. This intensifies the effect of mold. Coupled with the filth of prison kitchens, research from the National Library of Medicine shows that prison diets are insufficient to maintain healthy vitamin D levels, especially in colder months. Additionally, the food handled in this around bacteria further reduces vitamin D intake. I have lived experience with all these issues, and after my release in April, I dedicated my time to researching how prison conditions impact motivation while pursuing my bachelor's degree in psychology. I am now continuing this work in the master's program. These issues have been raised before, yet the solutions often fall short. Shortcuts such as filling the hygiene supply cabinets right before an audit, or dispensing bleach and instructing the women to clean age-old black mold or hide faulty equipment only mask real issues. The impact of these conditions extends beyond incarceration. Critical service like therapy and counseling are often unavailable, underfunded, leaving returning citizens ill-equipped to heal from such issues. Finally, members, the inhumane conditions in both female and male correctional facilities violate basic human rights. Failing to provide safe, humane conditions is a failure to treat incarcerated people with worth. This neglect harms individuals and burdens our communities. When people are released after improper care, they struggle to reintegrate, straining public resources and perpetuating harm. It also erodes public trust in the justice system, reinforcing the belief that it prioritizes punishment over rehabilitation, weakening support for reform. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank her for another thing too. She was spot on time. 3 minutes exactly. Ms. Nichols?
Yes,
Thank you.
Nicholas.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nicholas. He wrote it correctly. I misread it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Robertson and the committee members. My name is Tanika Nicholas, and I work as the Justice Reform Partnership Strategist for the Southern Center for Human Rights. I've been working there for 2.5 years, but I served over 10.5 years inside of a Georgia state prison. And I want to share about my story about healthcare in Georgia. Recently, I had a personal experience that I want to highlight that stark the contrast between the care that I received on the inside and the neglect that many people behind the wall face today in Georgia facilities. Just this week, I attended the Biennial Institute at the Georgia Legislators at the University of Georgia, Continuing Education and Hotel in Athens, where I saw many of you. During this event, I suffered a medical emergency. If I get emotional, just bear with me because I'm still kind of getting over that. My vision got blurred. I started to lose some of my sight. I became disoriented and I recognized that something was obviously going on with my body. In that moment, though, I received the best medical care at that convening. A colleague quickly responded, offered me support. Another colleague found a nurse that was on site. That nurse addressed my condition, offered me support, guided me next steps, recommended me to go to the emergency room. Another colleague who was there also offered me a facility, because I'm not from Athens, offered me, there were Piedmont and there's, I think, St. Mary's. I didn't know the difference, said, go to Piedmont. They're better than St. Mary's. I don't know if anybody's from Athens, but Piedmont was a great facility to go to. So I also was with my supervisor, though, who stayed with me, who's here with me today, who stayed with me through the entire ordeal. And in that ER, one of the staff said, you know, who's with you today? And I said, my supervisor. And they said, you must work at a great place, and I do. But I wanted to just show you the stark difference, because at that convening, I just wanted to go back to the Airbnb and lay down. And that's the conditioning of being incarcerated for 10 years. You just want to go back to your dorm and maybe lay down and sleep it off. But my colleagues knew differently. I went to the ER and I got help. Here's my point. I'm confident that if I had this emergency in front of any of you, which I saw during that convening, you would have helped me. You wouldn't have paused and asked my background if I was directly impacted. If I was formerly incarcerated, you would have simply responded with care and urgency. Unfortunately, that's not the reality for most incarcerated people in Georgia prisons. Medical neglect is a daily occurrence. I've witnessed friends with serious conditions and told to take Tylenol and just go lie down. If I hadn't experienced the same medical emergency while I was incarcerated, yes, a staff member would have come, took my vitals, told me to go back to my dorm, fill out a medical request form, and I would have to wait days to get help. I didn't get that treatment this week. I got the best care I can get. I want to highlight a specific health issue I faced during my incarceration. One is common among women. For 2 years, I suffered from excessive bleeding due to a reproductive health care. My bleeding was so severe that it required me to have a blood transfusion. Despite
Let you go over your time. And somebody's gonna make me pay for it for the day's over, somebody who I cut off exactly on time. But thank you so much. I'm so glad you're better. And I'm glad people were there.
Yes.
And I'm encouraged by the fact that you know that if something happened in this room, anybody sitting up here, and I'm sure anybody sitting out there would respond and help it accordingly.
Thank you so
But
much.
God
Chair.
bless you, and I'm glad you're healthy.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Payne, I'm gonna ask you if you'll be patient with me. If you want to have a seat up front, we'll get you up there in just a second. The list of recommendations that have been put forward are ready. And so while I have a quorum, I want us to go ahead and consider each recommendation as it comes forward. And what I would like to do is ask Patrick if he would read each recommendation. And to the committee, we will have discussion of each recommendation, then we will have a vote on each recommendation.
Usually the background person, so not used to testifying. All right, beginning with ones that were provided by Senator Jackson prior to the meeting. First one is create an independent prison oversight department or bureau to look into and using models such as Indiana Department of Corrections Ombudsman. And yeah, it would be to create an independent oversight bureau.
Any discussion? And Patrick, if we could, let's don't mention who made the recommendation.
Yes.
We'll just keep them.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Alves.
I would say that oversight is provided by regular committees, subcommittees, and study committees, and I'm not sure we need to create yet another level.
And my concern is and as a lot of people know, I've been part of organizations that do collective bargaining and labor, and I'm very familiar with the ombudsman process. And basically what you have is you have somebody that is not answerable to anyone above or below. And I'm always concerned about ombudsman being put in here. And I think a part of oversight is what we're doing right now. I don't see Commissioner Oliver in here, but I don't think anybody would ever accuse me of treating anybody with kids' gloves when it comes to these types of things. I had somebody from Gray Communication ask me last week, and she asked me what I had determined during my grilling of members of the Georgia Department of Corrections, and I told her I didn't see it as grilling, and she apparently she did. But I like Chairman Albers would oppose creating more bureaucracy as an ombudsman type group. Is anyone in favor of that recommendation? Please. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it's just number 9. Thank you.
Yes, sir, you're on.
Is this something like an advisory to inmates or some kind of help, or that would be used with ombudsman, but somebody would facilitate the needs of those people who are struggling, like some of them explained up here, and be a service or assistant or another arm for assistance by way of our Department of Correction staff members. That I see there's a path to that, but I'm not sure I understand the structure of the other. That would be a structure part of it.
Yes.
I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure the structure or the cost, but right,
yeah.
of that either.
Yes.
But is there anyone in just, you're on.
Chairman Albers mentioned that there are committees that already do this. I'm not familiar with who they are, what they do, how often they meet, is there any reporting? Or is there like,
The committees of jurisdiction in the Senate and the House are both public safety as well as state institutions and property that have joint governance for that, as well as the appropriation subcommittees for both, which do their budget. And it's incumbent upon us to meet with, in this case, corrections, with the commissioner and his staff to go over their reports, to go after their budget requests, and to provide overall guidance. When something comes up that we think is a larger problem, or potentially a concern from the public, and then we sometimes will create subcommittees like we're doing today, or we've done on artificial intelligence and childcare and things of that nature.
so a subcommittee, so I used to serve on public safety. So a subcommittee in public safety meets with the agencies?
No, as a committee chairman, I meet with those agencies regularly.
Okay.
And
So
appropriations,
just the chair.
there is a subcommittee that's dedicated to just that area of the budget, which I happen to also take care of.
Okay, so it's budget. Okay.
And
budget.
and I will
It's a
say,
budget.
as a subcommittee, if you task a subcommittee chairperson with meeting with agencies or looking into something specific, they can be empowered to do that,
Which
correct?
is exactly what I did last year and asked Chairman Robertson to look at the Fulton County Jail issues that we're facing. And we prepared and did a report on that this summer.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I would
Absolutely.
all of that line to make sure that I think that's a good way we can do that. And I would support that rather than, just forgetting it all together. But let's just, if we can just kind of hold it in abeyance of some kind of way and look at it in the context that you mentioned, I would be in favor of that.
We need to move.
So I will agree with the recommendation from.
Okay. Anyone else agree with the recommendation? Okay, recommendation fails. Next recommendation.
Increase mental health services available to incarcerated population and staff, divert those with mental illness away from criminal justice system whenever possible, and or provide separate facilities, and increase the availability of counselors and mental health care for officers, staff, and the incarcerated.
Okay, one issue that's in there about directing people away, I think that falls much further down than Department of Corrections. That would be on the initial contact that the officer, the arresting agency makes, is where if it's somebody who they would be directed and based on where myself and Chairman Harbison live and work is somebody, instead of going to jail, they would go to St. Francis on a 1013 and be evaluated there. The Department of Corrections does not have the authority nor the ability to direct anybody out of the prison system. Once a person is sentenced there by Superior Court, they are mandated to care for that person. And as far as increasing mental health services, I think that can be done contractually under the RFP process. And so I don't specifically have an issue with that particular portion of that recommendation. If nobody else does, I think by asking the Department of Corrections to increase mental health services, I think is reasonable. If there's no opposition, any opposition to that recommendation? Okay, that recommendation will be in the report. The next,
So do you want it to specifically read to utilize the RFP process?
right, yes, through the RP, which it all has to, yes, sir, yes, sir.
Yes. All right. Invest in correctional officer recruitment and retention, provide de-escalation training for officers, and incentivize positive interactions.
I think the last two are already in place. That's already happened. But as far as increase compensation for correctional officers, I would certainly support that.
So I'm going to add the wellness piece to that. That was mentioned earlier for staff. Around,
The one voice testimony?
Yes.
That was yes, ma'am.
Great. Provide more resources and strengthen programming to promote reintegration in free society pre and post release.
I think we've heard today, and I think we heard in the very first meeting that the programming, look, there's individuals that work for me that had never been inside the wire, that did not receive the education that people inside of the wire have received. And the services, while I understand I don't like the fact there's a lag based on release times. I do think that based on what I've heard and based on the numbers that the gentleman from the data side provided, I think dealing with what we're dealing with, they're offering a lot of opportunities inside the prisons for those men and women that are being held there right now. So is there anybody in favor of this recommendation? Okay, this recommendation will not be included in the report.
Provide oversight, enforcement, and timely follow through of the performance incentive credit program.
Say that again.
The PIC
Yeah,
program.
the PIC program?
PIC
Yeah.
program, oversight, enforcement, and timely follow through of the PIC program.
PIC program goes back to the parole folks. That's a different agency. That's pardons and paroles.
Okay.
so can it be included in the report?
We're not, this is.
This,
focused
we're
on
looking at
corrections.
just the prisons, yes. So that will not,
Same list of recommendations.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ask Department of Audits to review all contract renewals for the past 5 years to see if there is a pattern of runaway costs by any vendors.
Is there anyone in opposition to that recommendation? That will be one of the recommendations.
Implement a pay study via the Carl Vincent School of Government for all GDC employees.
What was that last part of the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, you-
Pay study.
It's a pay study by Carl Vincent School of Government
Yeah, okay.
for all DOC employees.
I would just say a pay study period. I think we should let the folks in the budget office decide who they want to use, whether it's an internal or an external party to do that. We should limit them on the vendor.
Chairman, I'm with you, Chairman John.
Yes. Any opposition? Okay, that will be in the report.
Just excluding the Carl Vincent School.
Correct. Correct.
Establish a formal promotion system for ranks of sergeant and above.
I think that already exists, doesn't it? Yes.
Is it for all ranks? Okay. So that will not be a part of the
They
recommendation.
said establish a what?
Formal promotion system for ranks
Okay.
of sergeant and above. Okay.
Let them do
Convert all existing facilities and construct all new facilities to single person, single cell facilities.
When possible, I think that's a good thing.
Any
I'm with you.
opposition to that? Okay,
You said-
thank you.
Advocate the federal government to allow state prisons to use cell phone and drone jamming technology.
Yes, yes, and yes, because they do it for their own. They won't want to do it for ours.
Any opposition? That will be in the report.
Leverage public-private partnerships to expand the capacity of the Georgia Department of Corrections.
No opposition, I see. That will be a recommendation.
Prioritize hardening of existing corrections facilities to ensure longevity while ensuring upcoming facilities are built to modern standards of security.
No opposition seen.
and ensure wardens adhere to consistent policies across facilities to prevent culture differences within correctional facilities.
I think that that's already done today. I'm not sure we need to recommend that outside.
My concern.
It won't be wrong, nothing wrong with
Well,
reading.
my concern with it is, and I think and we've asked the question, and I don't want to go back and rehash it. But I do think in some of the conversations we had that it was sometimes the policy, while we think it applies all the way across, maybe gets a little bumpy when it gets out in some of the places. To Senator Anderson's point, I think to ensure that we have consistency in policy throughout the agency. I think any public safety agency or any non-public agency wants to make sure that all their policies are being enforced equally and balanced throughout. So,
Fair enough.
yeah, I think it's fair to look at that.
I make a motion, we approve the recommendation.
Is that the last recommendation?
Yes.
Have a
unless there are
motion,
any other from
have a motion there, or no, have a motion to approve, to have a second. Well, if I get a second, then we can go in discussion.
Okay, I'll second it to get to discussion.
We're in discussion.
And I'm going,
Senator Bearden,
I vote yes. I got to take a call.
They're out there.
you have what?
From our discussion today, there's another recommendation that's kind of popped up.
Okay, make that,
Director Hosey's probably gonna get mad at me since he's not here. But I think, we should have a system within the GBI to investigate deaths inside the correctional facilities. And bring those to the GBI. On deaths. Not just the autopsy, but. That's
Wait, say it
Director
again.
Hosey's not here.
yeah.
I'll second it, but say it again.
To
No, I said
allow-
it wouldn't require a second. It's
Well,
just one of
oh,
the
it's a
recommendations.
recommendation,
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
to allow the GBI to be utilized to investigate all deaths inside the correctional facility.
And Senator Bearden, I don't think there's anything that prohibits the GBI from investigating a death inside the facility, because as it did in mine and your prior career, it was up to each agency as to who would investigate officer involved shootings and all this other stuff. You keep it in-house, an agency next door, or reach out to the GBI. I think that would be a policy discussion, and the ultimate decision maker in that, as far as chain of command, would be the Commissioner of Corrections. So that would be Commissioner Oliver's decision to do that. And I would hope that he would look at each case individually and make that decision. But I do think, I wish we'd had the recommendation before he made the motion.
Well, really, you brought up, so we
Yeah,
had
I
that
know,
discussion today.
earlier,
because,
yeah. But I think that's something that we could further discuss.
I
But
think it should be.
yeah, I think so. I'm not far from you on that. I agree. Because I think one thing that does is it takes the suspicion
Bingo.
out of the
There you
mix.
go.
And you know, that's always the conspiracy theories tend to go away when that happens. Anything else under discussion? Okay, for the question of whether we approve the recommendations that will be in the report, Chairman Albers has made the motion and voted yes. Anybody opposed to the report and the recommendations to be included? Seeing no opposition, it passes unanimously. Thank you for the senators present. Who's our next? And I will say this, it's 11:59. At 12:30, a choir is going to sing on the steps. Not for any of us, but they're going to sing. And I'm not going to be a part of it, I promise you. So we're going to go until then. And then if there's people that still going to testify, we're going to take a break. And then we'll come back after the break and finish up. Everybody's going to get an opportunity to speak. I promise you that. And it will be on the record. And the next person was,
Right, was it right?
there he is.
Yeah, okay.
And Mr. Payne, thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. And
Thank you
the mic
for
is
listening.
yours, sir.
Good morning, sir, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Eric Payne. Straight to the point. I need a job. I was just released from prison about 6 weeks ago. So the topic, or the heading of my discussion, my topic is death. So unfortunately, I've witnessed the killings. I've witnessed the butchering. I've witnessed the violence. I've witnessed the hangings. I've witnessed the ODs. So everything from A to Z, I've witnessed it up close and personal. More recent than not, last year, a death at Jackson, GDCP, and a lot goes on there. But there was a gentleman that I tried to save his life. His name is Russell. And unfortunately, when he went through his period of distress, there was no one, there was not an officer available. And so I definitely get, and I've seen and witnessed the lack of staff. But for 45 minutes, even when we had someone reach out via the wall phones, collect phones, to contact the control center, no one came. And when they finally did come, by then he had passed away. So there was no panic button. There was nobody to call, and even waving in front of the cameras. And my personal view is that if there had been staffing, Mr. Russell would still be alive. So more recent, just a few months ago, at a transition center, I took part in trying to save another gentleman's life. A young man who had did 8 years in prison, made it to the work release center, and he was hired on Thursday, and Friday morning, this happened. He never even made it to work. So his name is Lloyd.
Yeah, help me. You said he was hired on Thursday?
At a transition center.
Okay.
After doing 8 years in prison, did everything he needed to do. This wasn't a drug overdose. This wasn't any gang violence. It wasn't retaliation. It wasn't anything. And the sad thing about this picture is that this was going on. You can see in the videos that there were several officers that stood by doing nothing. So I can't make this up. I can't just, you can see them, you know, and while I'm performing life-saving
CPR,
measures.
yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Matthews, again, I have no issues with anybody personally, whatever. It's just that these are facts, you know, and I know the director and the assistant director, the commissioner, you know, there's only so much, but I'm here to say that I'm here to be a voice for Mr. Matthews and many other men and probably women too, that a lot of the deaths could be prevented, you know, whether it's on the level of just security, whether it's, and so had I not, this gentleman died, by the way, if I didn't make that clear. And so I just think that a lot of the deaths that are happening in Georgia Department of Corrections are preventable on some form or some level or another. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you. And real quick, what kind of job are you looking for?
I have a 33 plus years in fitness and martial arts. I'm a certified paralegal. I've owned car detailing, car wash businesses, but I have no problem with scrubbing toilets. I have no problem with managing and running a company. Ultimately, my goal is to own my own business, which I think everyone that comes out of the system should do.
Okay. And everybody that is Eric Payne, help Eric find a job. He's got the skills.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Payne.
gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Trying to save that young man's life.
Absolutely. Okay, it sounds like the choir violated the agreement. So what we will do is we're going to take it's 12:04. We will be back in here at 1. So
And we ask how many more speakers we have.
and yeah, we and all the other speakers we have 13 more speakers
Good
on Friday the
grief.
13th that we will hear in less than an hour. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Get started back. If everybody will find their seat. We're going to get back on our list here in just one second. But Commissioner Oliver, if I can invite you back up front real quick. Earlier in the morning, before we got real deep into the testimony of the individuals, a lady came up and gave some disturbing testimony related to a death where an autopsy was done. The body was, to use her, what it seemed like she inferred was that there was 5 days lag between the time of the death and the time that the body would have been at the GBI crime lab, and that she didn't agree with the autopsy, and so a second autopsy was done. Are you familiar with anything about this case?
Yeah, a little bit. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me, did y'all investigate the death?
We did.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, we investigated this for normal process. Our OPS agents went out, investigated and processed.
And when you say OPS, you're talking about Office of Professional Standards?
Standards, correct. Our internal investigators went out, processed the scene, talked to witnesses, recovered video, and then
Who are the witnesses y'all spoke to? Were they
some inmates.
inmates? Okay.
And then also we had video evidence as well
Okay, you had video of what?
of the cell of the incident she's talking about.
So you had video of the inside where this individual was?
Not inside the cell, but you could see where he was located at, where he was by himself, and I think it was his mother, I believe, who spoke earlier. She was able to review that video as well.
Now, how was she able to review the video?
I actually spoke to her several times. I want to say at least once, if not twice, and coordinated that with my Office of Professional Standards for her to be able to review any documents that we had, to include the letters, to include and for her to watch the actual video.
Okay, so now, and help me out, I'm trying to understand the video. Would the cameras be in the day room?
Correct. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
to show when inmates are in a common area?
Yes, sir.
And so he's in a he's in a cell,
Correct.
and were you able to see in the cell with
Not in the cell, but you can see that before and after that, he was the only one in that cell.
Okay.
There was no one else in the cell, a single man. He went inside and as of autopsy results showed the results of what happened.
Okay, and so this was a single person cell?
Yes.
And it was his cell?
It was his cell.
Okay. And, okay, what did the results of the autopsy from the GBI say? Do you recall?
Hang on, I'm thinking the autopsy results from the preliminary results showed that it was determined to be a suicide. I believe she had her own independent autopsy conducted from what I believe when I spoke to her, and I go back on my notes, but I believe it came back also as a suicide.
Did she share the second autopsy with y'all? Or
That was her testimony to me.
She told you that the second autopsy said it was the same thing that the GBI autopsy said?
Yes.
That they were both determined to be suicides?
Yes.
Okay. It was just, it seemed very, I mean, I understand.
That's what I thought.
I understand. I understand y'all have a tough job, but when these types of allegations are made, it concerns me because I know you're understaffed. And I just want to make sure that y'all are communicating with these people. And it certainly sounds like y'all were in this case. Go ahead.
And I misspoke when I was saying cell. It was actually in the shower where he was located at.
Senator Harbison.
It was in the shower, not the cell. It was in the shower. Yes.
Okay. It was and I think she said she was told it was a hanging, death
Yes.
by hanging.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
As well, there was stab wounds. Did she say that tonight?
That's according to what she said. But again, let me just clear something up for just everybody in this room and things. When the deceased person, however that may be, when they go to the GBI, they perform the autopsy and determine the manner and cause of death. They can determine whether it's a stab wounds, whether there's blunt force trauma, whether there's abrasions underneath the skin, all that. We don't do that.
But let me ask you this. You're talking about the video. That's the thing I find.
Correct.
So, and tell me if I'm wrong. If this happens, you pull the video of
Yes,
the
sir.
day this happened.
Yes, sir.
You back this video up as many hours as you please and you see and you watch it and you see this individual go into the showers by himself.
Yes,
And then you continue to watch and nobody comes out before his body's discovered.
correct.
So in other words, if somebody went in there and discovered him hanging and somebody else had done it, there would be somebody else in there, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And there's no way for somebody to exit out without the video camera catching them.
correct.
Okay.
And she watched the video. of
Oh,
it.
she saw,
She saw the video.
after the
Yes.
during the investigation or?
Yes,
Okay.
right when she made the claims, when I spoke to her on the phone, I made the arrangements for her. I wasn't there personally, but my special agents went to her, or we facilitated that, and she actually watched the video herself.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. It was just, I mean, it was a Molotov cocktail, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys were communicating with the families. And
Absolutely.
honestly,
And I'll let this body know, and then anybody else in the audience or anybody listening online, that, you know, if anything that we can share, we would share with the families of the loved ones. Obviously, it's a pending investigation, ongoing investigation. We may be limited to what that is, but we understand when someone dies inside of our custody that it's serious, and we want to be able to provide that family with closure, however that might be. I've never shied away from manners of incidents that happen within inside of our facilities, and we want to be as transparent. I don't want anything to happen and have it covered up as a suicide if it's actually someone that caused harm to another individual in my care. We want to hold those individuals accountable just as much as anybody else does, regardless of who it is. And so that's our goal and that's our mission. And sometimes, yes, things do fall through the cracks as far as the notification process. But then also, you know, we get, and I think I testified to this in one of the earlier committees, is that we got to try to get ahead of social media. And so most of the time, the warden will make the initial contact with the next of kin and or emergency contact or anybody that can contact for that individual anytime there's a death that occurs inside our facilities, to let them know, sir, ma'am, your loved one has passed away inside of our facilities. They have very limited information at that time due to the fact that our investigators are probably not even on the ground yet or inside the facilities, and the investigation is not complete. But what's happened in the past is that if we don't do that, it's out there on social media and people find out that way, which is not a good way for them to find out.
Right.
But the initial contact, it's just that, and I know it's frustrating. It'll be frustrating to me if I got that phone call and I don't have any information, but the wardens or whoever makes that initial phone call, they don't have the information as well.
well, and I appreciate that. Two quick things.
Yes, sir.
When were you appointed to the Commissioner of Corrections?
January 2023. It's
January of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And
It's the first day I took off, January 1st. I think I was notified of it in late December 2022.
okay. And before that,
I was the Commissioner of Department of Juvenile Justice.
which was basically Department of Corrections for juveniles. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
For
sir.
here in the state of Georgia?
2019, July of 2019 to December 2022.
Okay. Commissioner, I appreciate it. We're going to get back on track and and by the way, some lady did come up to me in the break, very sweet lady, told me I should join a Facebook page of what goes on inside the prisons because they're posting videos all the time. So first thing, I'm not on Facebook, as me. And second of all, I hope people aren't posting videos of other people from inside prisons. So 'cause the
Again,
people inside of prisons do have some rights in there. So
yes, sir.
I hope that anybody that can would look into that. But thank you.
Yes, sir.
Well, no, I have a political Facebook thing, but it's attached to somebody's account. I don't have a Facebook account as Randy Roberts. Yeah. I thank you for clarifying that. Yeah.
I mean, I do. Yeah, for Randy Robertson.
That's right. John Albers, also known as Randy Robertson on Facebook. All right. Veronica Coulon. Did I mispronounce your name? Thank goodness. Ms. Coulon, the mic is on and
Good afternoon. As I stand here, my heart is filled with passion, fear, and sadness, reflecting the harrowing experiences my boyfriend and I have endured within the Georgia Department of Corrections. For 19 years, he has been incarcerated. In the last 18 months, he has been transferred through 4 facilities in search of a safer environment, but each move has worsened his situation. The lack of safety and security is appalling. He was brutally attacked at 2 different prisons since October 2023, with guards failing to intervene, resulting in severe injuries and denied medical treatment. According to my recent conversation with him during our visit this week, the situation within the GDC has worsened significantly since 2015, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Previously, inmates could report grievances directly to staff and officers would respond. Now they often wait until someone is injured or dies. Overcrowding due to the Board of Pardons and Parole's failure to fairly consider parole eligibility has led to isolation, increased tension, and more assaults and deaths. We need systemic changes, increased staffing, and enhanced accountability and transparency, and improved facility infrastructure. Urgent action is necessary to prevent further violence and neglect. We must also address the neglect of adequate medical care, including proper treatment and follow-up for injuries. Effective strategies are needed to protect inmates from retaliation from the wardens when reporting abuses. This is about a man I love, broken by a system meant to rehabilitate, not destroy and kill. Every time I see him, I'm met with a haunting image of a person beaten, bruised, and suffering. In solitary confinement, his eyes are sunken, his body weak, and his spirit crushed. At our last visit, he whispered, "I don't know how much more I can take." These words echo in my mind, a constant reminder of our desperation and fear. If we don't act now, I fear I may lose him to a system that seems to care little for human life. His story underscores the urgent need for change. I fear for his safety daily, and a recent photo of his bruised and bloodied body sent by another inmate after the latest attack highlights the human rights violations he and others endure. We need immediate action to ensure he and others receive medical care and to hold those responsible accountable. I urge you to intervene, investigate, and immediately address the neglect and abuse within the GDC. We need your help to create a system where inmates are treated with dignity and safety is prioritized. Time is of the essence. Every day without action puts more lives at risk. Please work together to bring about this desperately needed change.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And we do take your concerns seriously. Thank you. Patricia Blair. Merry Christmas, Miss Blair.
Merry Christmas, everybody. My son is incarcerated and has been for over 28 years. In February, it'll be 29. He was approved for parole last year, and somebody apparently objected and they reversed the decision, so he did not get out. He's eligible again in October of next year. I wanted to, he works in the education system, and that's where I would want to stress the importance of education. He graduated from the associate's program with Ashland University, and then from the bachelor's program at Ashland, and he was summa cum laude in both. And he has his degrees. He's got a couple different degrees. I can't remember. But I stress that education is so important. He was valedictorian of both of those classes, and his motto at the end was hashtag education matters. And he wanted me to stress that to everybody. He's went through some of the things these others have went through. The beatings, that was by inmates. The prisoners contacted me wanting me to talk him into rolling over on who done it. No way would I do that, because that would have been a death sentence for him. I'd like to say I've also spoken with somebody else that does not want to come forward, and her son is having to pay an inmate to be able to use the bathroom. And he is sleeping on the floor because they will not let him into to the dorm or his room. I can't point her out. I assured her I wouldn't. But the key thing is there are strange things that go on. Sometimes I don't know if that one's known by the warden. I have no idea. But sometimes things are known by the warden. But and stress importance of education.
And thank you so much. And real quick, is there a victim in your son's case?
No.
Okay, but there was an objection.
There was family.
Oh, okay. Family of a victim?
Yes.
Okay, but there is no victim.
No.
Okay.
The victim's family.
Okay. And I spent quite a few years inside of a very large county jail. I didn't have a charge. I just happened to be there and working. And there is no doubt in what you're telling me that there are inmates and detainees that bully, harass, and threaten others. We had it at the county jail level. We could tell the guy that had all the extra snacks but had no money on the books, we knew he was intimidating somebody or bullying somebody or running some kind of criminal enterprise from inside the jail. And while at times our jail had 1,200, 1,300 people in it, we never had that many people working that we could put one up. So I have no doubt that those type of intimidation instances do occur inside the prison.
Right.
And I think the thing that concerns me is that you have a victim inmate who does not feel that he can reach out to a warden or somebody like that. And I'm glad that the people that can change that are sitting in the room, because I trust that they will. But I think what everybody has to understand is we have a population inside this prison that could not get along in the regular world for whatever reason, for the most part. And then we house them all together and expect them all to get along. And that doesn't always work out that way. But please tell the person that wishes to remain anonymous that we encourage them to let the warden know, and if need be, send a letter to the commissioner of corrections and make him aware of what's going on. But thank you for your testimony.
And I know there are gangs in the prison. I would have never guessed.
Oh, my
when
goodness.
I was on the outside. But hashtag education matters.
Thank you so much. Hope Hilton. And on deck will be Pat Solivar.
Thank you to the committee. My name is Hope Hilton. I'm a proud friend to my adopted mama Blair, who is Shannon Blair's mother. I got to meet Shannon Blair at Metro Reentry Facility. I'm here as a friend, but I don't want to not disclose that I also work in higher education and prisons through Morehouse College. And I also am the site director at Metro Reentry as part of Common Good Atlanta. I'm here to speak to my experience at Metro. And prior to Metro, I taught art history at Burris and Forsyth. But I've been at Metro for nearly 2 years. And I wanted to come here and share some of the good news that I see happening and encourage y'all to really look at Metro as a model for what is possible. Because in the last 2 years, I've seen things change incrementally. And I understand that Metro Reentry Facility is in Metro Atlanta. It's a lot easier to employ people. There are a lot more people here. I do understand that very much, but if we can maybe even incentivize people who are trained here to go elsewhere to help other institutions really come up to par with what I'm experiencing. I spend up to 12 hours a week in the education and programming, and Warden Alan Dills came on board last October, and it's amazing what has happened. Just in terms of accountability, transparency, I've seen him, I've talked to him, he's shaken my hand. He shakes the hand of every returning citizen there. And also the warden of care, Yolanda Frazier, is really imperative. So I work directly with mentors at Metro too, who are lifers. My understanding is that they're able to be at Metro reentry due to their willingness, commitment, and perseverance toward change. Most have bachelor's degrees. All would be our best neighbors and our rehabilitated leaders. Some are not offered the opportunity in parole. I didn't know I couldn't talk about that really.
No, you can talk about it. We just want people to understand that
It doesn't have a-
it
right.
doesn't impact this committee.
Well, I was just going to say in-person parole hearings would be incredibly helpful, as would transparency for decisions made. My understanding under Shannon Blair's case is that we're guessing that somebody put the capiche on that. We don't actually have the facts, so that's a guess. It'd be nice to not have to guess. But Metro is a great example of success. They continue to support higher education and programming. I have two questions. One is, I'm really curious what the recidivism rate for returning citizens is with bachelor's degrees. I'd love to see that report or that number in the reports. And if there are 50,000 potential students existing in the Georgia DOC, why do we only have 40 bachelor's degrees in 2023? Let's make it 500. And then let's make it 5,000. Education matters. We heard that, as my friend Shannon Blair, returning citizen says, hashtag education matters. And I've seen it in practice and through Common Good Atlanta and Morehouse, our recidivism rate is less than 1%.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Sullivan? Is it Sullivan? Okay, now that's not on me that time.
I have a few things to address. I'm Patricia Sullivan. My son was locked up at 18 years old. He graduated from school with a special ed diploma, and all these programs for education were not available for him. He was continually told he wasn't qualified. And now my husband is incarcerated, and he's been denied access to proper medicines and counseling. And part of his program was to receive some classes. They said, we're not doing classes, we're concentrating on safety. And that's something that I see needs addressed.
Thank you.
And the food. The food is not good for them at all, just little bitty portions of stuff. If you see pictures of it, my dogs wouldn't eat it.
Thank you, ma'am. Barbara Thompson, and on deck is Kathleen Bedard or Bedard.
Good afternoon and happy holidays and Friday the 13th. Just as a form of reference, I'm a grandmother of a young man whose father contracted AIDS through his incarceration, who passed last year in September, and his mother just passed in October of a drug overdose. So he comes by his addiction legally, I guess. He was convicted of a nonviolent drug offense and received a substantial sentence and a fine of $664,000. There was no victim, there was no gun, there was no violence. He is a drug addict and he is not El Chapo. If the mission of statement of the Department of Corrections is to keep safe the public and the offenders, then you have failed miserably. No one is safe. This is the Einstein theory working at full capacity. My grandson has only been in prison for 9 months. I'm going off the record here. And what I have heard is inconceivable. Common sense is non-existent, and it begins at the local prosecution level and continues to the parole board. If you did X, then your sentence is Y. Nonviolent offenders are housed with violent gang members. If there is a system in place, then it seriously needs to be reviewed. If you think that the bad is overcome by the good, you are sadly mistaken. The good become the bad. Those who want to do their time and learn from their mistakes are overtaken by intimidation, extortion, stabbings, and sometimes death. The incarcerated are stripped of their self-worth and cannot see the path to rehabilitation. The percentage of drug offenders, I Googled, was at 44% in 2023. And yet, no NA meetings, no celebrate recovery, no coping mechanism classes. They're non-existent. If you want to help yourself, you cannot, because there is no level of concentration in the dorms. Just men doing nothing, acting out and conspiring their latest scheme. Counselors are there, maybe to collect paychecks. I hesitate on that. But perhaps it's because they are overwhelmed by their workload. Grown men are fed meals that if PETA was involved, there would be drastic changes. Meals are undisguisable except for the mold and the bugs that are visible. In 2022, there was a study that showed that 30% of the violence could be reduced by changes in the meals. Recent studies
Excuse me,
have,
the study, ma'am, I'm up here.
yes,
The study that you're talking about, what is the name of that study?
I Googled it. I can give that to you.
Okay, please do that. Thank
Okay,
you. Thank you.
okay. Recent studies have increased that percentage to 56%. And that is on a Tucker Carlson interview, with the inclusion of a daily vitamin. These people are hungry. I get hungry. I get angry. What do we expect? These people are hangry. And we on the outside are expected to subsidize JPay for overpriced ramen noodles. Who benefits from this?
Okay, we need to wrap it up, ma'am. Your time's expired.
Okay,
Thank
okay. The state of Georgia, okay, we'll pass that. I choose not to concentrate on the horrors, just to the internet, and you can see for yourself. Slavery is not dead. Look at Georgia prisons. It is alive and well, as Department of Corrections has designed a revolving door for recidivism and continue to ensure their return on investments on the backs of the incarcerated. Please make humanitarian changes, and I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Kathleen Bedard? Yeah. Bedard, Ms. Bedard, are you here? Kathleen? Okay, next. Michael Paravolt? I apologize, if I brutalized your name, sir.
It's Parole if you're English, Parole if you're French. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
I didn't have anything planned today. The reason I'm here.
Step over to the mic if you would, please. Want to get you on the record.
I didn't have anything planned to say today. I was invited here because my wife sent a letter to the governor's office about a complaint. And I'm not going to mention his name, called her and threw this thing out. And then, of course, it was published. So anyway, I'm a senior military officer, 26 years, and another 28 years with the Department of Defense. Worked under the Trump administration. Okay, let you know that. I've been investigating my son's case now for 5 years. My son was a City of Eatonton police officer in Putnam County that was arrested in the suicide death of his wife. GBI said it was a suicide death of his wife. Okay, the investigation said it, but the sheriff, using special prosecutor status, put him away. You know the history of that, I'm sure.
I do.
Okay. So right now, he is probably one of the senior prisoners that's not on death row in Jackson. Okay, everything that you heard today, he's witnessed. Okay, he's witnessed, and more. Okay, he's in G block, and all I'm going to say is that everybody is right on line with this, right? What you're hearing today. Okay, the food sucks. Just put it mildly. The bottom line is that if you send money to them, they'll withhold the stuff you do buy from the prisoners if you're not doing what they want you to do. They're undermanned. He can't get approval for his lawyers to come see him. The press, I was told that if the press show up, they will be arrested on the spot. Okay, and I haven't seen him, or his mother hasn't seen him in 5 years. 5 years. He's been locked for the first 2.5 years. He was locked in Jones under alias, under protective custody. So that's all I
Okay,
can tell you.
so you and your wife have not been able to visit with him?
No, in fact, after the governor sent the letter out, we got him a new counselor was assigned to him. She told me I can only visit him on a Saturday only. I had to get a permission from the warden. I said, can his lawyers see him? They said the lawyers can see him on Wednesday. They know how to make it happen, but they've been turned away before. And I said, how about the press? And they said, no way. If the press shows up, they'll be arrested on the spot.
Well, and said that I've never heard about the press being arrested on the spot, but I know they don't allow media, in there, and for multiple reasons.
Well, the press want to talk to him because he's got something to say.
Yeah. Well, and I'm very familiar with the case you're talking
Yes, sir.
about. Sadly, I am.
Yeah.
And but it's my understanding is that there are visitation times, standard times that people can visit, and legal visits, attorney visits are a different
Yes, sir.
creature, and
On Wednesday.
and everybody,
Wednesdays.
as is their mail,
Yeah.
they can write out to their attorney. So I do know that.
But he's had his mail confiscated. He's a letter that his daughter sent to him for his birthday was withheld from him and then we got it about 6 months later. He never got returned. So there's nothing, and he's a poster child right now, or poster police officer in there, for spousal abuse, but he didn't do it. And I got the proof to show that. And so this case is going on to the U.S. Supreme Court, whatever it takes to make it happen. And, it's going to happen.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate your
Yeah.
testimony, sir.
And I'm willing to talk to anybody. I'm going to talk to the person.
Sierra Green. Alyssa Northcutt will be following Miss Green.
Hello, my name is Sierra Green, and I've traveled here today from New Orleans, Louisiana, to stand as a voice for my brother, Dewey Green, who has been wrongfully incarcerated for 10 years. I want to give you context to his case because it leads to the quickest solution for the Department of Corrections. In June of 2014, my brother was traveling through Georgia and experienced a seizure in broad daylight that caused him to lose control of his vehicle. Tragically, this accident resulted in the death of a woman he did not know in a crash he has no memory of. Dewey was charged with felony murder and sentenced to life without parole, plus 40 years at the age of 23. This injustice stems from failures beyond the Department of Corrections control, yet they now carry the burden of my brother's imprisonment. Inside these facilities, I've witnessed severe staffing shortages and medical neglect, problems rooted in facility policies, not just operations. The clearest solution is to reduce prison populations. Overcrowding strains facilities, worsens staff shortages, and endangers those who are incarcerated. Simply adding more staff isn't enough when new prisoners continue to outpace resources. The harsh truth is that a 23-year-old, too young to even rent a car, was sentenced to life without parole for a car accident, a punishment harsher than many for intentional violent crimes. Mandatory sentencing laws are cruel and leave no room for the justice system's mistakes. The solution is clear: eliminate mandatory sentencing laws and urge the State Board of Pardons and Parole to review cases like my brother's. Granting clemency will relieve overcrowded, broken system. These individuals do not belong in prison, wasting taxpayers' dollars and compounding the crisis we face today. Beyond this, there is a crisis of medical neglect and a big pharma problem in these facilities where medications are used to pacify instead of treat. My brother has been suffering from severe head pain for over 6 years. When I intervened advocating for my brother's for further scans to be done, offering to pay out of my own pocket to get him the care that he needs, the response was appalling. Instead of treating his condition, my brother was sent to a psychiatrist who prescribed him 4 mental health medications all at one time. Medications he does not need and does not feel comfortable taking. This is not healthcare. This is a cover-up. It's a shameful practice of silencing individuals rather than healing them. The Georgia Department of Corrections is failing at its most basic responsibility to provide humane care and safety for those that it's in its custody. Department of Corrections, more like Department of Corruption. I urge this committee to act now on reducing prison populations, ensure legible medical care to support the safety and welfare of the incarcerated individual systems. It's time for a change, and it starts with you. And I want to say just one more thing. I think a solution could also be, just like there are secret shoppers, there could be secret prisoners to address these things that people, even on the inside, my brother has even asked me not to say certain things in fear that something will come back to him and hurt him. And I don't know a solution there, but if I call and say, hey, this is going on, the immediate response is to run down there because that puts him in harm's way. So he can't even fully even say what's going on the inside without fear of death.
Ms. Green, thank you so much. Ms. Norcutt,
That's my daughter,
Northcutt, yeah.
talking about my son. So he's
Pull
been
the
locked up.
microphone down so we can please hear
He's
you.
been
Ms.
locked up for almost 11 years. And I have traveled extensively to the East Coast to see him from South Alabama. I live between Birmingham and Montgomery. So I've spent a lot of money in Georgia on taxes, gas, food, hotels. And like you, sir, you promptly opened the meeting this morning, and I thought that was nice. You apologize for being 2 minutes late.
Yes, ma'am.
So that brings me to what I want to talk about is visitation. And I got it wrote down so I can get through this fairly quickly. When he was in Smith State, in Hancock State, our visitations were made the week of. Now I'm having to make them, he is in Macon State now, having to make them 3 months out. So that's trying to make 24 visitations at once. It's not easy. Hey, my car might break down. I might break a leg, might even have to have a shoulder replacement. Who knows? 24 visits is a little ridiculous. So I'm just seeing if you guys could address Macon State, the visitations the week of, like by Wednesday, cut it off at 2 p.m. That's how the other prisons do it. And then be there that weekend, that Saturday and that Sunday. Now, we used to get 6 hours before pandemic.
Hang on just a second, ma'am. Senator Jackson has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't want to take into your time if you.
No, we paused it.
Thank you. So can you explain what make visitation means the week of? Like I'm
The
just,
week of.
but
Okay.
like, so just help me understand the process. So you have to call in advance or something to get on the list, or just talk us through. We're unclear.
Yes, ma'am. It's done online, and you just, at Macon State, you could either go on Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m. or 1 to 3 p.m. Same on Sunday. And that's only 2 hours of visitation. And I've had problems with them stealing our time. And I'm going to read that. I've got all this wrote down. So, I feel like, if you guys are telling us, I'm saying you guys, it's y'all's facilities. If y'all are telling us that we can visit from 1 to 3, we'd appreciate the whole 2 hours and not just 45 minutes to an hour, because lack of staff,
things like that. So here,
Ms. Northcutt, real quick, do you get 2 hours on Saturday and 2 hours on Sunday, or do you have to choose Saturday or Sunday?
you could go Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, so best case scenario, you could get 4 hours on the weekend.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I just want to be clear.
And what's the 3-month lag? So you,
So now at Macon State, if I want to see my son, I have to go ahead and make my visitations this many months out. I can't do it the week of.
Is it?
Sierra, help me
and
out.
It's no. I mean, it's not a question. I'm curious, and I'm speaking to Senator Jackson on this. I don't know, and I guess we'll find out if it's because of the amount of inmate population and the manpower, if they have to get everybody early signed up, like a doctor's appointment or
Maybe we just get an answer.
something like that. Yeah. And hang on just a second. Commissioner, who would you recommend? Yeah. Would you come up to the mic, sit there in the W2?
If I may, he may have other people that are on his visitation list. So if they, what she may be speaking of, if they, as I'm looking at her visitation record right now, it's showing that she has his visitation already pre-programmed over the next week, 2 weeks, for visitation.
Why would we require, and I'm just asking the question, why would we require a 90-day?
There is no requirement for that. So I will have to look into her
Okay,
concern individually.
and is she saying they still are time, or when somebody goes in to visit somebody, are they put on a clock and that they're given their 2 hours of visitation? And is that clock maintained by a CO? And when the time's up, they say up. And listen, again, the head nodding doesn't bother me, but I would appreciate if nobody would answer for the commissioner. He's very capable.
So correct.
Yes, sir.
The intent is that they arrive 8:30. Visitation starts at 9. They're supposed to be allowed to 11:30 to visit for that first block of sequences. Clear the visitation area for the next group to come in to the visitation area after we count.
Are these contact or non-contact visitations?
Both contact and non-contact.
Okay. And so are we capable of allowing, say and I don't know what percentage of people incarcerated there have visitors that actually come, but do we have a system and are we capable of allowing the people that come in be able to get all the visits? And if somebody does steal time, is there a drop dead stop time? Or if we have to go 10 minutes, 20 minutes over because of some visitor or some person inside there running over their time, do we make amends for that for those that could possibly be shorted?
Again, if she's not receiving the 2 hours, that's something I need to address with Macon State Prison.
Okay.
Or any other facility that's doing that. She should be getting her full allotment of time.
And the 90-day thing you are not aware of?
No. And again, I'll deal with her. I'll talk with her after this about that but what the system is intended to do is the week prior to you or the week of you go into the visitation up until Wednesday at noon. The system closes out Wednesday at noon of the week of the visitation.
So the system itself controls that, the
Correct.
technology.
If there's another visitor that books for that week, they will not be allowed to register at that
Right.
time.
Well, with her daughter's reaction when you said that there possibly be another visitor, I don't think there was another visitor blocking the time.
Got you.
So it's got to be one of the two things. Either she got some bad information from somebody within the system about the 90-day thing.
Right. I'm not sure, and I'll talk with her, but as I'm looking at it now, from the 14th all the way through the new year, she's listed as a visitor.
Oh, no. And I think she was saying that she's having to plan these visitations out, not knowing if she's going to get sick, not knowing if her vehicle's going to be operational or whatever. And that's just not, you just can't plan out that far ahead. Some people can't, is my thing. But more importantly, and we discussed this a little bit on the recommendations, is the visitation policy consistent throughout the Georgia Department of Corrections?
The policy is consistent. I would like to talk to her about the 90-day
I understand.
thing. Yeah.
What I'm saying is the policy is consistent.
Correct.
So in a perfect world, everything should be operating exactly the same when it comes to visitation, whether they're at Jackson or whether they're wherever at. It should be consistent, right?
Correct for those permanent offenders at Jackson, though.
Right. I understand there are unique cases within the system that it may not be,
But yes.
but to my concern and Senator Jackson's concern, this should just be pretty much, if my son is here and he gets transferred over here, the processes do not change. I still go online the week of that I know I'm going to be able to go see him because his sister's not coming in from New Orleans to see him, and I should be able to book a visitation with my child for 2 hours on Saturday and 2 hours on Sunday.
So long as there's not someone already in that slot. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, no. And you're saying somebody in that slot, you're talking about
Another visitor on their visitation.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If it's just the mom and daughter coming in, if the daughter's not on there, then the mother should be able to get that slot.
Correct.
Right, the week of.
Gotcha.
Okay.
And I'll touch base with her.
Yeah, thank you. I would greatly appreciate
And
that.
they can come together.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
sir.
that's a great question.
That mother and daughter could come at the same time.
They're allowed to have 2 visitors per session, but that also includes their children.
Okay.
Say that again.
2 visitors during the visitation session that
Okay.
would also include their children.
Okay, so if mom, dad, and baby show up, they all 3 can visit for 2 hours on Saturday and 2 hours on Sunday?
The two allowed to visit.
2.
If the child is there, the child could also visit.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, though.
Only 2 though.
Only 2. Okay, I thought you meant that like a child would not change the number, but I see what you're saying now. So that the mom and daughter, if they're there, they both can visit on Saturday and both visit on Sunday.
Correct.
Very good.
But
So long as they're registered to visit.
Correct, as long as they booked it.
sorry, so how do children factor in? If I have 3 children, do I have to pick the 2 that I get to see?
You do.
So if I have 3 children and an adult has to be with them, so really I only get to see one of my children at a time.
Yes.
And if I have 3 children, you only get 2 blocks on the weekend. I only get to see 2 of my children that weekend.
Correct. And the warden has a latitude to allow for a special visit, the rest to come in, but keeping in mind, we have an extended amount of inmates to be able to make sure that all of them have an opportunity to have loved ones visit at that time. So there's a limited amount of spaces in that area that we're visiting. So if you have, inmates at a facility, 1,500 inmates, we have to make sure that they also are able to see their family members as well.
Right, and my other concern is if you make an exception for one, then you have to make an exception for everyone. Is that
Absolutely.
not correct? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But with that being said, warden had, in our policy, there's a special visit request that can be made for cases such as what you're speaking.
But are there certain circumstances that have to be in place for that special visit to be
Yes,
approved?
They have to apply for it in writing, and it's sent to the warden's office for approval or denial.
Because looking at the stat report that you guys put out, like I said, this thing's got stats in there that I never thought about, but a lot of these people that are currently incarcerated, some of them have some pretty large families.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you start making these exceptions of families, you're going to be tying up 4 hours a week, 4 hours on the weekend. And with the staffing issues we have right now, because I assume visitations are supervised.
It is.
Okay. All right.
But Mr. Chairman, just
Yes,
to be
ma'am.
clear though, the current policy really only allows for 1 child to visit at a time, because you can't have a minor go in there by themselves.
And I think
You don't have to have a large family. You could only have 2 children and still would be
I
restricted.
understand. And the word you said is because when I started out, when he said child, I was thinking 16 and under.
Mhm.
But then this is a mother and a child here, so I could see that. But if I were in, then, I have 3 children. 2 could see me on Saturday and maybe one of the other ones could see me on Sunday.
Not
they
if
all-
you have 3 minor children.
and that's true because only one of mine's a minor, but I understand what you're saying, and I agree that you're seeing it the same way I am. I just, I understand the nature of the system, the way it's set up, the number of people who are there, the number of potential visitors who could come in. I don't think I discourage or I knock one single mom from coming in and visiting because slots are taken up by large families. And that's where we have to find some type of balance. But I just wanted to make sure, basically what we're saying with this lady, you're going to be able to communicate with her and clear up this
Yes,
problem.
Yes, I'd like to know what our issue is as well, so.
Yeah.
But to your point, it's something I could talk with you offline about.
Right. I mean, 'cause Mr. Chairman, you keep referring to large families, but if I am a mother of 2 children, which I am,
Mhm.
I would have to make a choice which child to take with me,
That's right.
and I would have to find childcare for the other child because I can't just leave them sitting in the car. So, but if,
Well, in actuality, if we're looking at the scenario, you wouldn't take the other child to begin with, so they wouldn't be left in the car.
right, but I would have to
Right.
find childcare
Right.
for that child. And
Right.
so, and then the next day, if I wanted the other child to have the opportunity to see their parent, I'd drive another 4 hours again with the other child, have to find childcare for that one. When in fact, we could create a situation where surely 2 children could come in with an adult.
Well, the situation, and that sounds simple enough until you multiply it. Because understand, anybody that steps onto the grounds of a state-owned facility, and I know Chairman Harbison, I think still chairs that committee, then we accept a certain amount of liability, especially when we start bringing minor children into these facilities. When you bring a minor child beyond the guard line, the entire temperature of the situation changes because there are many other visitors there. People don't know people, and there's just a lot of problems. So I understand the concern, and I think it's something worth having a conversation about.
Absolutely.
But I understand what you mean as far as the numbers.
And
'cause the
definitely not
numbers do
opposed to
matter.
the conversation. So we'll definitely speak with you
Yeah.
and further about that.
Yeah. We just want to make sure the families aren't being forgotten.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Agreed.
With that being
You-
said,
and you
can
still-
I
and-
just
and-
add in
And
that?
you, and you still have a minute and 29 seconds. So
I
go
just
ahead.
wanted to add in that we travel. So, family members can't be left, behind. There's nobody to keep, babysit or keep them. So when we all come, she used to come from Los Angeles. His girlfriend comes from Austin, Texas, and I come from South Alabama. So, it used to be four people at the visit, and the facilities are wonderful. They got crayons, they got little games, and the children are well behaved. So if y'all could work on that, that would be great. What I wanted to bring up was, I'll just go ahead and read this because it's
We only
a
have a
couple of
minute
minutes.
left, so just go ahead and talk about this.
Okay, so before the pandemic, it was a 6-hour visitation, and that was normal. And staffing shortages existed then and they exist now, but cutting visitation time has not solved the staffing problem. Staff are already there for 2 visitation blocks, 9 to 11 a.m. and 1 to 3 p.m. Restoring the 6-hour visit would require more staff. It would not require more staff. It would simply give families time that we need to reconnect with our loved ones. These policies do more harm than good. Longer visitations are proven to make prisoners safer. Studies show that maintaining contact with loved ones improves behavior, strengthens mental health, and reduces recidivism. But instead of supporting these connections, the system puts up barriers, like forcing families to schedule visits months in advance. And I don't always know my schedule that far ahead of time, but if I don't plan farther out, I'll miss my chance to see my son.
Thank you, Ms.
And-
Thank you, Ms. Northcutt. I appreciate you.
One more thing, please.
If you could do it very
The-
quickly.
Family Day, they have Family Day at Hancock, and it's real good. The prisoners are not made to sit there at the table and, we can walk around the room. They let us play putt-putt, football, and they feed us hot dogs and hamburgers twice a year in the spring and in the fall. And only Hancock
No,
does that.
And I appreciate that. That does sound like it would be
Yeah.
something, a bond builder. Thank you.
It brings a whole new life to the men.
Thank you, Ms. Northcutt. Donald Horn. And Jessica Delgadino. I'm sure I messed that up. Mr. Horn.
Hello, my name's Donald Horn. I'm here about my son Benjamin. He's been incarcerated for 15 years. He and his 2-year girlfriend had been together for 2 years. They had a 2-year-old child together. Got in a fight and he forced her into a closet to restrain her. And he was charged with kidnapping with bodily harm and sentenced to 14 years minimum to life in prison. And it floored me and it floored a lot of people in the community. There was an article in the local paper about the sentencing. And it was real draconian. Ben went to trial, and his the judge, when it came down to sentencing, had no recourse but to give him 14 years to life for this. And it was wrong. It was very wrong. It was harsh, and everybody thought so. Naturally, the feeling I had was anger, a lot, consuming anger at first, and I went on antidepressants and anti-anxiety drugs for years. And but time drags on, and the anger turned to depression and grief. And I went to many counselors for grief over that time. And I would have been able to accept Ben's fate if he had been a monster, if he had tortured somebody, but he didn't. And he's not an angel, but he's certainly not a monster. And
Let's go to inside.
And he's human. He's my son. Anyway, the years rocked on, and I supported my son as much as I could over the years, but I had a hard time visiting him in prison. And about the time of COVID, my son was attacked. And in the last 4 years, he's been attacked 4 times. And it was thrown off a bunk onto his head. And the next time he was assaulted with some kind of a wooden club, and he put his hand up to block the blow, and he broke 13 bones in his fingers in his hand. I don't know the details of the next assault. A fellow inmate called me and said it was bad. Of course, he was put in isolation. I did not hear from him for a while. And that's the recourse for a prisoner who's assaulted. He is put in isolation, which is punishment to the prisoner to be put there in restriction. I don't know what it's called, isolation or whatever. Anyway, this last attack happened on September the 15th. It was some kind of metal object, and he was struck 8 times and had to have 12 or 15 staples in his head. And
Was this 2024? September 2024?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, this year.
Thank you, Mr. Horn.
I don't know the exact dates of the other attacks. This last attack was really spectacularly disturbing because he only weighed 112 pounds, and he was recovering from a very serious surgery that he still hasn't recovered from. He was transferred from Coastal State Prison to Washington State Prison. Upon his arrival, he was immediately accosted by 3 inmates who took everything he had. They took his medication for his gastric problems. It's this serious operation that he had. He had to have this Biomex or something like that. And the first 3 days he was there at Washington State Prison, he did not get his insulin. He's a type 1 diabetic. There's just no excuse for that.
Right. Mr. Horn, we've got into the time. His name is Benjamin, your son?
Yes.
Benjamin Horn?
Yes.
Okay. And I will reach out to DOC and get the circumstances. And I
asked for some kind of immediate release for him. I don't want him to die in prison.
Well, and this committee does not have that authority. And, we know it, I assume he had a jury trial, and like you said, the judge gave the sentence. My concern is the issues that you've brought up that occurred while he's inside the prison. I'm extremely concerned about that. and we will look into that. And I want to thank you and your son for coming in, for his pastor, for coming in here today and making us aware of it.
Well-
Each of our senator, each of us can be reached. All of our information's online under the Georgia General Assembly, and we'd love to
Okay.
get more details.
Can I make one more
If
quick
you
statement?
can make it real brief,
I'll
I've
make
got
it
a
real
lady
quick,
waving.
I promise you.
Yes, sir.
Please change this mandatory sentencing. It doesn't give them any, it's not fair. The judge did not want to use that against him. And
And how long did you say he's been in so far?
15 years. He was
Okay.
eligible for parole last year. And
Okay.
what the parole board said was, you have not served enough time for the seriousness of your crime. And the judge, that wasn't the right statute. The judge did not want to sentence him.
Right.
He asked the DA for some mercy, for some compassion, and he said no.
Because the district attorney indicted on that charge, right? Sought an
Yeah,
indictment.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
but
Yes, sir.
In sentencing,
No, I
he could have
understand.
given some compassion, but
Right.
it was not there.
Right.
Has nothing to do with
But
the
thank you.
Department of Corrections, but anyway, it's a travesty and it doesn't make it any, it's hard for me to hear all the sadness today.
Yes,
What's going on?
it's hard for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Horn. Okay, Jessica, I'm trying not to butcher your last name again.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica, and I'm with Second Chance Parole Reform for Lifers with Parole. I'm also the wife of a lifer. I humbly stand before you today in hopes that you hear our cries for help, as no one else seems to care about what goes on inside the prisons. I'm here today to share some of my husband's experience with the Georgia Department of Corrections. In 2018, he arrived at the prison he's at now. All was good until July of 2021, when the COs came and snatched him up and put him in the hole in their tier program. He was in a 2-man cell. In January of 2023, he was moved to a 1-man cell where he remains to this day, which is a violation of his 8th Amendment right. And for no reason at all. Hasn't had a DR since 2017. The statement Mr. Oliver made in a previous meeting about reviewing offenders in segregation every 7 days is obviously not true, or someone would know my husband's situation. The conditions my husband lives in on a daily basis is atrocious. And yes, I understand he committed a crime which landed him in prison. That I cannot change. But what has changed is him as a person. His morals, his character, integrity, knowledge, compassion, and maturity have tremendously grown in the 21 years he's been incarcerated. He should have been let go 7 years ago, but like so many other men and women who are serving life with parole, and that's over 5,000 in the state of Georgia, they are constantly being set off due to insufficient time served. The nature of the crime will never change. So how much time is sufficient time? We at Second Chance believe everyone deserves a second chance. Our focus is on amending the outdated official code of Georgia, specifically OCGA 42-9-40, and supporting the passage of Bill 586, which aims to reform the parole guidelines and provide a pathway for deserving individuals to be released. Our vision is simple. We envision a justice system that is compassionate and recognizes the potential for change in every individual. Bill 586 is a crucial step towards creating a more equitable parole system. This legislation seeks to amend OCGA 42-9-40 by ensuring that parole decisions are made based on comprehensive evaluation of each individual's growth, conduct, and potential for successful reintegration into society. By passing this bill, we can shift the focus from the unchangeable nature of past offenses to the demonstrable progress and rehabilitation of the individual. Releasing these individuals who have overserved their time not only provides a safer environment by freeing up bed space, creating less crowding for an already understaffed prison system, but also reunites families that have been torn apart by a broken justice, or should I say just ICE system. Thank you for allowing me to be a voice for the voiceless, and please, in January, vote yes on SB 586.
Thank you, Jessica. And again, you're one of the people that get a trophy today. You hit the time just right.
Thank you.
I want to ask you an uncomfortable question, if you don't mind. I haven't asked everybody, but what was the original charge?
His charge murder.
Okay, and so he's been in for 21,
Yes, sir.
and you feel that the 714 would have been a better, and
He was sentenced under 14.
right. So again, I think everybody on this committee is going to look into the probation and parole stuff. The purpose of this study committee is the Department of Corrections, and there are a couple of things in there that you said that I will look into. A lot of times protective custody is called isolation, and isolation, protective custody, and used a slang word there is the whole, which
Right.
I know that's institutional grammar, and I've used it, and people inside the system use it on a daily basis. So I do appreciate that, and thank you so much
You're
for coming and testifying for us today. Yes, just like Senator Jackson.
Clarity on this, or perhaps a commissioner can. We talked a lot earlier on about moving to single man cells because it's hard to have a roommate.
That recommendation was made, yeah.
Right. And so how are we distinguishing between a single person cell versus the special managed, what do y'all call these things? Versus the administration unit that you have? I know y'all don't use isolation and things, but how do you distinguish between us, like this kind of tactic that we've moved to put people in a single person cell because we don't think roommates are necessarily helpful, to punishment type situations? What's the difference?
So the difference that we speak of is about the general population setting. In a regular housing unit where they are actually taken off lockdown at 5 o'clock in the morning to begin their day. They're not placed back on lockdown until 11 o'clock, 11:30 during the week at night. During that setting, when we're talking about single man cell in that, right now there are 2 people, sometimes 3 in a triple bunk setting in one cell. So what we're speaking about is reducing that number to where they have the opportunity to be in their living unit, their one cell as an individual with 1 bunk in that cell.
But they would be open at 5 a.m.
Correct.
to 11. And then we have these separate ones that are single person cells as well, but they're on lockdown for much substantial longer periods of time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's for disciplinary purposes or
Disciplinary
for
or
protection?
protective
Protective custody. Yes, absolutely.
Earlier, we touched on something about visitations. Can I ask, how do we handle the situation when there's a deceasement in the family and it's my mom or someone? How do we do that? Do we charge them? Do we allow them, or depends on the charges, or what are the parameters so I know for myself?
It does depend on the charge, but the request is made by the family to have a compassionate visit for that offender to go to the funeral or to the side of the loved one prior to them passing. And the warden makes an approval, yes or no, based on their sentence, based on their disciplinary history. And then it's sent to the parole board to review with them for victim services to ensure that there are no victim concerns in that issue. And once they've given us clearance on their end, then we allow them to go to visit. But the sheriff, the family
has to pay the sheriff.
Correct.
Well, and that's only been recent. Used to Sheriff Hodge and all them,
that's
we
right.
would be
It would-
dispatched to the prison, pick the individual up, go back into town. The family would provide proper attire for the funeral.
That's right.
You would take them,
Take 'em
and the
off, right.
deputy there would be responsible for taking them to the service and then getting them back to the.
Correct. And
to the-
that process begins with them notifying the
We're here.
chaplain,
Right.
and the chaplain then goes through.
Yeah. You
Commissioner Sanders
Yeah.
also talked about the chaplaincy program in that regard, as well as what we do if they can't go in person to the funeral.
Virtual.
That is what we're doing where possible. Because of technology now, there are a lot of families, funeral homes, et cetera, that are able to stream some of these services. So we have our chaplains. We can take an individual in the prison who already knows their loved one's passed away, and we can allow them to view the services online by themselves or with the chaplain present, close by, just for comfort. But we are using technology where possible to do that.
Well, and that's incredible, and I like that a lot. But going back to a concern that Senator Jackson had earlier, in the situation to where I'm incarcerated, my wife and 4 children want to come visit me. Have y'all ever explored technology to where individuals could apply for special consideration and the visitation can be done through technology so that I do get to see all the children and have a conversation with them?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we're exploring now with a tablet solution. Once we able to find a vendor to provide a secure tablet solution to deploy out to our population, that would be the solution for that.
And what tablets do we carry now?
We don't have any.
No tablets in there because of the fact that they were able to jailbreak the,
Yes,
The
we have
tablets?
JPay. We have JPay kiosks.
right.
And some facilities or some individuals may still have a JPay tablet that hadn't been compromised, but it's very, very limited. But we do have kiosks inside of us.
And are we showing advances in technology where there are tablets that are tougher to get into?
Yes. Yeah, we're exploring that option and doing some tests. We just got to make sure we got to just vet that vendor very well, or vendors, depending on how many there are out there, to make sure that they are not compromised.
Well, I think that's going to be the solution. It seems like we found technology to help somebody go to a funeral they normally wouldn't be able to go to, which is my mother's favorite, and she's no longer here. If I were incarcerated, I would certainly want to be able to do that. At the same time, I think we can hopefully find the technology. We should show that same compassion to the families that we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely.
But thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
One of the things that we discussed regarding Senator Jackson as well, and you and I discussed it, was about the fact that the person who would be representing prisoners or inmates, you said you have a program like that, all right? Ombudsman kind of thing. Will you explain that to us?
Yeah, and if since Commissioner Holt wants to come back up and explain that ombudsman process, and then also
In a nutshell,
the family contact.
So we have
Senator, we got one.
three different functions. One of the forward-facing things that we have is a family services coordinator. And her name is Miss Beverly Crawford, and we have that prominent on our website so that if a family has any concern of any kind, they can make contact with her, and she knows how to navigate people to any other area. We also have an ombudsman unit contained within the Office of Professional Standards that falls into the same area as our investigators, separate of our unit, that families can make contact with to voice any concerns that they may have over and above what she can or cannot perform. So, and then we also have a standard call center that can be called at any point in time that also knows how to navigate. So you have on its face 3 forward-facing contacts for the public outside of just the facility itself.
So the gentleman that spoke before about his son being in an emancipated situation, and they stole all of his property, took his medication, all this other kind of stuff. How would the dad report that once the son told him?
So he has an opportunity to, one, contact the facility. If doesn't receive any.
How's he directed? If I go to DOC's webpage, how's he directed on where to go? Because
there's
I just heard of the ombudsman issue, which I'm assuming is more inside the department thing. And then the lady you mentioned,
Correct.
Miss Beverly, hers is more of this kind of concern, I would
Correct.
think.
As well as he is. I mean, so if he goes on family services is what it's labeled as, and it has her name, email address, and a contact. It's actually her cell phone number to make contact with her. And she can then immediately take that concern and route it to the facility itself if it needs to be done. She typically handles a lot of that on her own. And
How many calls does she get a day?
it's a lot.
I mean, there are almost 50,000 people being held in these prisons, and we got one lady in a, please do not answer for him. He doesn't need the help. He read ahead.
Which is why that we have her as well as somebody in her unit attached to that.
Okay.
Plus, we also have an ombudsman unit, which is a separate unit.
Okay.
Plus, we have the facility itself, but there's a dedicated unit to.
Good,
address it.
because my concern is if we have 3 avenues of approach, sometimes things get lost in communication where a parent calls in and says, hey, my child's being bullied and doing all this, and the information doesn't get over to where the person it needs to go to. And so that's my concern about, if I've got 3 choices, I want to make sure I make the correct choice if my child's endangered inside of a prison because somebody's stealing all of his stuff or beating him up and all this kind of stuff. So, but that answered that. Yes, sir, Commissioner.
Yeah, and then also, we receive emails daily from family members and loved ones that we forward on, even though sometimes we may not respond, especially myself personally may not respond personally. We make sure that it gets to the right personnel to alleviate that. So we have that avenue.
Well, I know I used to put out of office messages on my email. So when they came in, somebody would automatically get an out of office. I would hope there possibly being something so at least the family member would know their email has been received and said, that it's in the system, that they don't think it's just hung up in somebody's inbox like they tend to be here in the Georgia State Senate. So, but thank you very much. And thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. Senator Jackson.
Yeah, I appreciate the invitation and the use of technology to help make sure that folks can attend funerals and things like that. But I would caution us to remember that nothing replaces that interpersonal experience of being able to hug a loved one, to be able to wrap your children up in their arms when they come to visit you. And so even as we move forward with better technology so that a family of four can visit, I hope we do not stop trying to make sure that a family of four can visit in person, because I will always, always prefer a hug from my baby in person than a picture of them on a screen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's not gonna, with the implementation of technology with visitation, it's not gonna take away in-person visits. If anything, it's gonna enhance visitation experience.
Okay, thank you. Jim Turner. And our final speaker of today will be Alicia Teague. He's the one coming up, and then there's a final one coming up. Yeah, we got two. Jim Turner not here. Alicia Teague. Miss Teague, if you'll come up. Miss Teague is our final speaker. Yeah. Excuse me. With Miss Teague.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Teague. I am the Chief Development Officer for the National Incarceration Association. So I work with incarcerated people and their families each day. But today I am here as the wife of a man who served over 40 years in 40 months, in Georgia Department of Corrections facilities. I was there from the time we were arrested until the day he came home. So I've seen every single step of incarceration, and he's been home 7 years now with no issues. The problem here is this: we know what the issue is. We know that currently the Georgia Department of Corrections cannot host safe and secure facilities because they're understaffed. We can go back and forth about whether they are understaffed because they're unsafe, or if they're unsafe because they're understaffed, but we know that is the issue. We know there's the correlation. We know what it is. So what I ask is that instead of us steadily talking about increasing the staff in Georgia Department of Corrections, why have we not visited how we can decrease the number of people who are incarcerated? I truly believe that if the Georgia Department of Corrections did an audit of every single person incarcerated, you would find quite a few people that are eligible for parole, that are maybe sick, elderly. They pose no more risk to offend than any of us in this room right now. So I ask that we take the time to try to come up with a solution to bring the numbers down, rather than continuing to just say, we're going to get more staff, because that has not been working so far. And that's it. Thank you.
And one person, we called up Georgia Prison Exposed. We had somebody. We called Georgia Prison Exposed up early this morning, and three individuals came up and did speak. So we're not going to recall anybody that was on the list. I'm sorry if you missed it. What I want to do now is I want to thank all the committee members, because believe it or not, some of our committee members have some heavy obligations outside of the Georgia State Senate, but to take the time to get here, and I know people have driven in a long way. I want to thank the staff. And I want to challenge everybody in the room that testified today. Please keep an eye out, and if you don't think we are responding, and please understand, responding means we may not necessarily agree with your solution, but we are going to continue working with the Georgia Department of Corrections to correct the things that we agree with you need to be corrected. And so please, I challenge you, our emails are online. Go to the Georgia General Assembly page, go to the Senate page. You will find not only our contact information, but you'll find our some of our ugly mugs on there, so you can click on it and send us emails and give us, I said some of us, yeah, so like myself and Senator Harbison. You'll find us on there and email us and call us. I've got a great staff in my office, and we'll keep you posted on what our progress is. I want to thank the Georgia Department of Corrections. I invited y'all up here several weeks ago, and those some of us have strong relationships. We take our job serious, and we walked in the door knowing that there was no favoritism going to be shown on either side. We had questions, and we wanted the answers, and I want to thank y'all so much for being professional and for taking the punches and the pats on the back as professionals. And as we move forward, I think we all need to understand that our mission is all the same. Our ways of getting into the end zone sometimes differ, but we've got to get there, and we're going to do that. And so I want to thank everybody for being here today, for sacrificing your time for the people you love and the people you care about. It means a lot to us. Thank y'all. God bless you, and this meeting is adjourned.